Hello and welcome in to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are going to be taking a look at the Pamela Smart trial and request for a new trial, right? So we're kind of going the Wayback Machine a little bit. However, let me just check my audio. So Pamela Smart went to trial back in 1991. She's had a couple attempts at a retrial, and they've all been denied. But now recently, she's tried for the latest request for a new trial. So we're going to take a look at that. But before we get to that, we're going to take a look back at her trial and everything that precipitated leading up to that trial, and events that have occurred after that. So we have a full day ahead for you guys. So get comfortable, settle in, and let's get started. All right, welcome in, everybody. How is everybody doing? Play on Crime, great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Yeah, this one goes way, way back, you guys. This goes back to 1990 and 1991. And it was the first trial that was televised across the nation. It was a huge, huge deal. So let me see who is with us. We have got Gordon and Kimbers. Hello, Horse Welfare. Camilla. Welcome in, everybody. Short Life, you are moving out to your studio to start work. Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you for that support and hitting the like button. Debbie, hello again. Welcome in. Jenny G and Brat, good to see you guys both. Shirley Roth, hello. Debbie, hello, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. Hey, Bubbaloo, going to be lurking. Green-Eyed Cat, hello. Welcome in. Bama Green Eyes. Kimber's saying hello. All right, Jennifer Cottrell, welcome in. Great to see you. Jeannie63, hello. Lazy Boys, thank you for joining us. Grizzly Grandma, good afternoon to you. Play on Crime, you remember this case from way back when? Yep, it was a big one. It was a big one, you guys. Maddie's mom, hi, how are you? Welcome in. Hey, William, good to see you again. Dragonflies, hello, hello. All right, so... first up, I'm going to play you a news clip that will kind of give you a little idea of what this trial was about, and then we're going to get to opening statements, and then we're going to go to closings. I'm going to play closings, and then we're going to get to the verdict, and then we're going to go to everything after that. So I don't think there's any spoilers in this case. I think we all kind of know what happened, especially because request for a new trial. It kind of says it in the title. So you don't worry about giving spoilers, you guys. You guys can give spoilers. But what I will do is I'm going to go ahead and read this background just in case in case people have forgotten or are not familiar with this. All right, so the trial of Pamela Smart from March 4th to March 22nd of 1991 became one of the first U.S. cases to be fully televised, capturing national attention with his blend of suburban scandal, teen accomplices, and a murder-for-hire plot that continues to spark debate to this day. Now, Pamela, who was 22 years old at the time, she was a media coordinator at Winnacunnet high school in New Hampshire. She was accused of manipulating her 15-year-old student and lover, Billy Flynn, into deleting her husband, Gregg Smart, who was 24 at the time, on May 1st of 1990. Flynn and 3 teenage friends carried out the incident, later testifying against Pamela in exchange for reduced sentences. Now, if you guys were not aware or not with us or didn't know, we did an Ego Takes the Stand where we showed Pamela, we showed Billy, and we showed Cecilia. I think we showed Cecilia. Anyway, we showed Pamela and Billy for sure. So now all the other players that are involved, it's Patrick Pete Randall. He was 17 years old at the time. He helped plan this. He went into the Smart home with Billy, and he assisted in the attack. He was released from prison June 4th of 2015 after serving 25 years. Then we have Vance, or J.R. Latimer, who Jr., he was 16 years old at the time. He provided the gun, right? The gun was, I think it came from I want to say his father, but I'm not 100% sure about that right now. I don't remember. Anyway, he provided the firearm. He also drove the getaway car. He agreed to testify as part of a plea deal. He was released from prison in 2005 after serving 15 years. Then we have Raymond Fowler, who was 19 years old. He waited in the car with JR. He was not physically present inside the Smart condo, but he was involved in the planning and the transportation. Now, his story is he was released from prison in April of 2023. He violated parole of some sort. He returned to prison July 24th, but then he was ultimately released June 14th of 2005. Then finally, we have Cecilia Pierce. She was 16 years old at the time. She was the intern, right? She worked under Pamela Smart at the high school in the media center. So remember, they would do videos and they would do all these things, and she kind of looked up to Pam as the big sister, right? Pamela Smart was only 22 years old. These kids are like 16, 17, 18, so it's only like 4 or 5 year difference. So Cecilia, in her testimony, testified that she really looked up to Pam. They were all kind of like they were like the outcasts, if you will. You know, you got the jocks, you got the nerds, you got the kids that smoke and all this stuff, you know, the burnouts, whatever term you want to use it. Whether, you know, they were kind of that, they weren't jocks, that's for sure. I'm not sure if they considered themselves nerds as well, but they were definitely in that, like, wearing, you know, black leather motorcycle jackets and that kind of stuff. So Cecilia, she was a Pamela student aide, and Pam confided in her. She actually wore a wire, and she secretly recorded conversations with Pam Smart. She was not charged. She received immunity in exchange for her cooperation. All right, so let's get to it. Oh, before we do, let's hit the like button. If you guys have not had a chance yet, make sure you have hit the like button. Show us how much you appreciate the stream and the channel, and we appreciate you guys hitting the like button. If you are out there listening to me and you're not in chat, please take a moment and hit the like button, and we will get started with this. First of all, a little retroactive synopsis, and then we'll get into closings. Let me just bring myself down a little bit. Okay, here we go.
Because I was confused and I was stressed out. I had no information at all. And when something like this happens, people don't always act correctly. They don't always act rationally. And I used very poor judgment. And I'm sorry for that, but I did not have anything to do with the murder of my husband.
In 1991, Pamela Smart went on trial for the murder of her husband. It was a case that caught the nation's attention.
Smart was a 22-year-old media coordinator at a high school in New Hampshire who had an affair with a 15-year-old student. That student then shot and killed her husband. Throughout the trial and until very recently, Smart had maintained her innocence. But for the first time, Pamela Smart has accepted some responsibility for the death of her husband, Gregg Smart.
Pamela says she had a breakthrough because of a prison writing group saying that deflecting blame was a coping mechanism.
At her trial in 1991, the jury had a shorter trip to the same conclusion. Our John Impemba was there when she learned her fate.
The verdict spells a giant relief for the family and friends of Gregory Smart, the victim in one of the most publicized trials ever in New Hampshire. It is a trial filled with stories of sex and seduction and adultery, all by a pretty high school instructor who now stands convicted of manipulating her teenage lover to kill her own husband. As the verdict was read, Pamela Smart stood silent and still.
On case number 90S1370, which charges a defendant with the crime of conspiracy to commit murder, how say was the defendant guilty or not guilty of the offense charged?
Guilty.
Then the judge asked each juror separately.
Juror number 7. Guilty. Juror number 8.
Finally, Judge Douglas Gray rendered a chilling sentence.
I am required and do hereby sentence you to the New Hampshire State Prison for Women for the remainder of your life without the possibility of parole.
First, there were tears mixed with faint smiles among Gregg Smart's family as the pain of this long trial turned into a long, emotional sigh of relief. For the family of Pamela Smart, a far different story. As they walked from court, you could see faces filled with shock and disbelief.
I think justice was done. There was no question in our minds that the evidence was there, that the defendant had committed the crimes, and I'm just very gratified that the jury was able to see the evidence and render a proper verdict.
Thank God. Thank God.
And for Gregg Smart's mother and father, weeks and months of anxiety are now over.
Mrs. Smart, you're smiling for the first time in 2 weeks.
I know, it feels great. It
does.
Great.
Feels wonderful.
But after leaving court, there was one more important stop before they went home.
Just to go and tell Greg what's happened.
What's happened.
Okay?
Now he can rest in peace.
We're going to tell him that by God she did do it.
She got what she
And
deserved.
she's getting,
Pamela
yes,
Smart
you-
still faces charges in another county that she planned yet another murder, this time of one of the state's star witnesses in this case. But the prosecutor says he's not sure he'll pursue that matter. He says, after all, you can't get much more than life in prison without parole. Among the crowd of curious were also friends of Pamela Smart's teenage lover, Bill Flynn, the admitted killer of Gregg Smart. Those friends know all too well about Pam Smart's ability to control others.
I thank God the jurors came back with the verdict that they did. There's nothing that's going to bring Gregg's life back, but at least she's going to pay some retribution for the damage that she's caused.
But no one could be as glad as the family of Gregory Smart, who left the court surrounded by a sea of reporters and photographers who have told this story to the entire nation.
John and Pemba reporting in 1991. Now, Smart is serving time in New York.
All right, we're just going to skip that part. Like I said, there are no spoilers. We all know what happened. But I do, before we get to her request for a new trial, let's just take a step back. Let's take a step back and let's listen to closings and see how each side presented their case. So, put myself over here. I think that'll do it. Nope. Oh my gosh. This is so old it doesn't even fill up the full screen. All right, you guys. This will be a fun one. All right, sit back and enjoy.
I want to start out before talking about the case and thank you folks for being willing to sit through this. The last couple of weeks hasn't been a pleasant time for me. A lot of cameras out there. The cameras are there for a reason. There's people to whom these events that you've watched and here this is entertainment, okay? They're not out there because they're interested in the law or because they're real empathetic people. They're out there because it's entertainment. It hasn't been entertainment for anybody in this room. It has been entertainment for Pamela Smart. It has been entertainment for Gregg Smart's parents, for his family. It has been entertainment for Pamela's family. When a person loses a limb, an arm, say, for a long time afterwards, for years afterwards, they feel the arm and what they feel is an aching pain. Part of them is gone. They can feel it, they think it's there, and it throbs with pain. That's what these people feel. Who did it? Why they do it? How they do it? That's what you're here to decide. Who's responsible for that? It's a bunch of little kids who just made a little mistake and now they're sorry. The state brought in 3 chronologically aged children who have been bound by a court of law to be mature enough to be treated as adults. 3 chronologically aged children who have gotten their reward. They don't have to worry about spending the rest of their life in prison. Those 3 lovely little children in 2 years could come into this court and ask for time off their sentence. They won't get it the first time. They won't get it the second time. They won't get it the third time. But you know they're not going to grow old in that prison. They got their reward. And that's something you've got to take into account when you evaluate whether those are the kind of people you want to trust with a decision like this. When they got their reward, what they told you was that they promised the state of New Hampshire they would tell them the truth about what happened May 1st in Derry. They didn't even do that, ladies and gentlemen. Forget about whether they're telling the truth about that woman or not. They did not tell you the truth about what happened in that house. There are a number of reasons you can tell. The most insignificant is the candlestick. That story makes no sense. First of all, there are 2 stories there. One is that, I think Pete's story is that Billy dropped the candlestick, okay, and he dropped it on the rug. Billy's story is he placed it down on the tile. Why would he place it down on the tile where Gregg Smart is going to see it as soon as he walks in the door? Well, feel the candlestick. Do you think, drop it a few times. See if you do anything to that candlestick. As Detective Pelletier told you, that's a heavy, hard object, good for hitting somebody with. I'm not going to tell you we know what happened with that candlestick. But if you look at it, you know it wasn't placed on the floor, it wasn't dropped. That's not how it got bent. Something else happened. That's the first reason that you can at least doubt about what they told you happened in that house. The towel's another reason. Why does the towel appear to be pressed against Gregg's head? What does the towel have to do with it? Where is the towel? That's just a question. That doesn't prove anything. The sounds. That's an interesting thing. Mr. Dacier, if you recall him, I think he was the second person to talk to you folks. Mr. Dacier told you that he heard, well, he had 3 sounds. The car door was the first one. Let's leave that out for a second. He then heard a door slam. And then he heard another sound that he couldn't differentiate from the first sound. That's not a cap gun in those, I don't know where it's in there somewhere. That's not a cap gun, ladies and gentlemen. If you fired that off with 357 hollow point rounds with 125 grains of lead in them, with gunpowder in them, it's not going to sound like a door. There's something muffling that sound. What is it? They didn't tell you about that. Why did they tell you about that? Is that because it's something like the light bulb, taking out the light bulb shows a little more premeditation, cold-bloodedness? I don't know. There was something between that gun and Gregg Smart's head. Think about Mr. Close. Do you remember him from the laboratory? He talked about the fact that there were 2 major parts to this bullet. One was entered all the way in, the major portion, and the second fragment was just under the scalp. He told you that could have been because there's a couple of explanations. That could have been a bad bullet. And then I asked him, I said, well, what are the odds on that? First he said 1 in 1,000, then he thought about it for a minute, and he said 1 in a million. Okay, that's a million to 1 shot. Dr. Fossum, well, what Mr. Close said, the other explanation, the one that's not a million to 1, the rest of it, if you count up to a million from 1, the other 999,999, it was an intermediate target, something that could be soft between the gun and the head. I'd suggest to you that's consistent. It doesn't prove anything again, and we don't have to prove anything again, but it's consistent with them using something to muffle the sound. A towel, a cloth, maybe not the towel they found it, but there's some explanation for why that bullet fragmented. There's some explanation for why Mr. Dacier heard 2 sounds that sound the same. Dr. Fossum talked to you about that too. His testimony is again consistent. There's something else going on in that house. Dr. Fossum said, you see tearing, okay? So that's got to be a very close wound. It doesn't have to be touching, but within inches, okay? You see tearing of the scalp as the gases come out and expand the scalp. Do you recall that? He says, that makes it look like it's close, but we don't see traces of gunpowder. With his eyes, he sees none. Now, Mr. Close, Roger Close, saw a few minute traces under the microscope or something. What did Dr. Fossum tell you? Dr. Fossen told you that his findings are consistent with an intermediate target which can be soft between the gun and the head. Did those boys tell you anything about that? Most importantly, you know they didn't tell you the truth about what went on in that house because of the ring. The ring is lying under Gregg Smart. Gregg Smart has an abrasion on the third finger. 1, 2, 3. We got a name for that finger. It's called the ring finger. Dr. Fossen told you that that abrasion is consistent with somebody tearing off a ring. Force. None of those boys had any explanation why that ring was on the ground. None of them. It's something they just didn't want to talk about. They could remember Gregg Smart spending 3 minutes standing up begging for his life. They could remember him on his knees, but they don't want to talk about that ring. Something unspeakable happened with that ring. Something unspeakable happened in that house. They're lying and covering it. A last reason, and probably irrefutable, probably does make it beyond a reasonable doubt that something else happened in that house. It's again, Dr. Fossen. When Dr. Fossen was testifying, I knelt here and I had him put the trajectory of the bullet, front to back. I had him stand behind me. I said, Dr. Fossen, I'm not trying to do it the same way, I didn't even see how he did it, but it's front to back. You saw it. I said, Dr. Fossen, would you stand behind me and pretend like you've got a gun and try to get your hand in a position that you can shoot that bullet? Dr. Fossen said, it can't be done. My cross-examination, I said, well, what if Gregg, right before he shot, turned his head back? Is that possible? He said, yeah, it's possible. Oh, did Billy Flynn, did Pete Randall tell you anything about Gregg turning his head? Was Gregg Smart able to turn his head? Pete Randall's holding on as hard as he can to his hair. Something happened there. They did something else. They tortured that man in some other way that they won't talk about. And they're liars, though. That's the point. Did the ring fall off? No. They got a deal. They promised to testify, and they came here and lied about some detail. It doesn't really matter what it is. It's some lie. Who are they? Who are these kids? Are they somebody you ought to feel sorry for? Think for a minute the way the prosecution talked to Brian Washburn, the scorn, the derision in their voice when they asked Brian Washburn questions, and think of the way they talked to Billy Flynn. Who should we be nice to here? Did Brian Washburn commit the crime of trying to keep a secret that his friend asked him to keep as long as he could, and then when he's nothing else he could do about it, he came forward? He did that. Is that a reason to treat him the way he was treated in front of this jury? How did the state of New Hampshire treat those 3 boys? Do you hear any derision? Do you hear any kind of confrontation with them whatsoever? They want you to feel sorry for those boys. Billy Flynn. Billy Flynn lost his father while he was a child. That's sad. No doubt about it. What does it have to do with this case? Why ask Mrs. Flynn? Billy was withdrawn for months afterwards, and that's sad too. But does it have anything to do with this case? Is the only point of that so that you feel sorry for Billy Flynn? Feel sorry for Billy Flynn if you want, but it doesn't have anything to do with this case. These boys, 3 of them together, there's not a shred of moral decency with them. And you can see that. And they took that stand, testified to God to tell the truth. That has absolutely no meaning to those boys. None whatsoever. And it's not environment, it's not their parents, it's none of that stuff. If it was that stuff, think about Ralph Welch. Both in the same town, went to the same schools, has the same friends, and even lived in the same house as J.R. Lyman. That's the same environment. What's Ralph Welch? Does he think this is something we should joke about? Ralph Welch thinks about this and his friends make him sick. And if Ralph Welch's friends make him sick, they ought to make you sick. Who are these boys? Pete Randall, the assassin, the boy, his dream was to be an assassin. His dream came true. That's not the thing. the boy who sat up there for hours and didn't show one single human emotion. You want to take his word for anything? You want to make a judgment, an important judgment based on his word? I'm not going to say a whole lot about people. That's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. Randall, after his arrest, he tells his mother all about this thing. She wants to know about it. Tells her all about it when he leaves out Pamela Smart. Isn't that funny? Isn't that odd? He doesn't say anything about any ride to Haverhill where she talks about don't get blood on the couch or any of those juvenile fantasies. Isn't that funny? Why is he talking to his mother? Assume that he was telling the truth. He's talking to his mother. Mom, we did this, but this woman, older woman, put us up to it. Isn't that the kind of thing you would want to tell your mother? Why protect Pamela Smart? Everybody says he barely knows her. That doesn't make any sense unless she has nothing to do with it. Like I said, I'm just not going to waste a lot of time to keep that. Vance Laramie, who's he? Laramie the liar. Ralph Welch tells you, again, Ralph Welch lives in the same house with him, tells you he's the kind of guy that you'll watch him do something, and he'll either be embarrassed about it or not want to get in trouble over it. And even though he's seen you looking at him while he's doing an act, he'll deny it to you. He'll look you in the eyes and deny it. But what's a lie he told? Well, for one thing, he told you that before May 1st, he knew from Pamela that she was going to get $174,000 in insurance. Now, there's two problems with that. First is that that's completely contradicted by Billy Flynn.
I object. That's a total mischaracterization of the testimony of that witness.
You're going to take its own recollection of the testimony of the witness.
That's in complete contradiction with Billy Flynn, who told you that she only knew about one policy, the $90,000 policy, and found out about the other one after May 1st. Well, both of those things can't be true. In fact, neither one of them can be true. Maybe the most important witness you heard in this case was Mr. I think his name was Hoole, the insurance man from Rhode Island. What did he tell you? What's important about it? He told you that in regards to the $90,000 policy, in order to figure out the benefits, you have to go back a year from when the person dies. You have to use a formula. You have to know their commissions, their salaries. You have to know what Gregg Smart could be sold the policy that night. The very night he went out on an appointment. You'd have to know whether he sold one, whether he earned a commission on it. But that information was not available on May 1st. So both Vance Laramie's lying about that, and Billy Flynn's lying about that. It's just plain impossible. He told you. He said, well, even my agents couldn't figure that out. Well, what else did Vance say? He tells you, well, he's got a problem with the laughing in the car on the way back because he already goofed and told Pelletier about that. So he's got to eat that one. And he says, yeah, there's a little bit of that going on, but over the next couple of days and weeks, I started feeling remorse really bad about this. Ralph Welch was asked if there was any remorse. He didn't see any remorse from his friends. That wasn't a couple of days, a week later. That was 4 or 5 weeks later. There was no remorse. There was no remorse when they were here in the stand. Old JR tells you, we never talked at the juvenile center, the ADC. Why? Because it's a rule. It told us not to. Now, there's a couple problems. There's rules against killing human beings, and he had no problem transgressing that rule. That's one problem. He's then confronted. He just didn't know he had the letter to his girlfriend. He's confronted with that. That shows that what he's just said is a lie. So what does he do? Does he admit the truth? And, of course they talked about the case in ADC. That's human nature. That's not the point whether they talked there. So it is the most important thing in their lives. And of course, any 3 individuals that are facing the same charge, if they got an opportunity, they talk about it. That's not the point. The point is that they came in here and lied to you about it. When he's faced with essentially irrefutable proof, because it's in his own handwriting, from his own mind, with his fingers to make the words, Bill's leaving, I'm so sorry, we talk all the time, whenever the guards aren't looking, you've got the letters, you've got the exact words. When he's faced with that, what does he do? Does he fess up and admit the truth? Well, he tells you another lie. He says, I was just exaggerating. That's as big a lie as the first one. JR talked to you about going down to the storage area to get He said not to get a gun. He talked to him about a burglary. He claimed that he always thought it was before May 1st, but he read some unknown paper that we haven't seen that told him it was after May 1st, it was May 4th. But at any rate, he talks about that, and he wasn't going to get a gun. Ralph Welch was along with him. Ralph Welch said they wouldn't leave until they found a gun. He talked to you about all the efforts they made to find a gun. They were consciously looking for a gun. Again, that's just a lie.
I have to object to this. That's counsel continues testifying what's a lie. Jury would have been determination.
Sorry.
Well, if you'd argue the evidence, I wouldn't have a problem.
Well, I would prefer that you would suggest to them that it's a lie, or submit to them it's a lie, rather than stating it as a fact. I don't think it's
Billy the Kid, who's he? He's number 3. Gang of 5. Is he a little puppy dog that you saw him for? Is that who Billy Flynn is? A little sad puppy dog? Or is he the kid that after killing a human being who has begged for his life for 3 minutes standing up and we don't know how long on his knees? Is he a kid that right after doing that talks about the thrill, the power, the charge of killing somebody? I mean, which is he, the puppy dog or the thrill killer? Came in here and showed you the behavior of a little puppy dog. But he did demonstrate that night in May 1st in Derry. He showed himself to be what he is. I mean, maybe he's a mixed person. Who knows? But you know one thing, he's a thrill killer. There's no reason for Pete, Randall, just talk about that to Detective Pelletier unless it's true. Is he the little boy who cried here? Or is he the heartless little punk who laughed on his way to jail after being arrested? Which one is he? Who is he? If you don't know who he is, you want to take his word for anything at all. You don't know which one he is. You know, one thing he lied about, but you don't know it. And there's some possibility in why. He told you that within 3 days prior to May 1st, that he went with Pam Smart to a bank in Hampton to get money, $30, to buy bullets to kill her husband. Now that's a pretty simple thing to confirm or not confirm. If you've got the burden of proving something beyond a reasonable doubt, here's the kicker. Go to the bank, get the records. Well, we went to the bank, her bank, bought the records. You'll look at the records, okay? You'll see that there's nothing that comes out from either the ATM machine or the account within 3 days. You'll see the last one's a check written, I think it's the Shaw's in Derry or something like that. Mr. Margiano, on cross-examination, brought something to your attention that's evidently true. That you can take a credit card and get money out of some of these machines. We don't know whether you can do it at that particular bank. Well, if the state really wanted to know whether Pamela Smart used a credit card, took money out to buy bullets to kill her husband, it's not that hard, ladies and gentlemen. You get a credit check. On the credit check, you go to a credit bureau. Give me a credit check on Pamela Smart. Let's know what her credit cards are. You then subpoena into court the records of each and every one of those credit card companies. That's easy. It would take a day. That's all. If you have the burden of proving something beyond a reasonable doubt, that's one of the hard points in Billy Flynn's story. That's one of the things you can confirm it or you can prove it to be a lie. If you've got the burden of proving that he's telling the truth beyond a reasonable doubt, those few places where you can grab a hold of his story and find out if it's true or not, wouldn't you go do that? And if it wasn't done for you, could you ever say you proved that he's telling the truth beyond a reasonable doubt? Billy Flynn tells you, I got those 357 hollow points, 125-gram bullets. The reason I did that was for humanitarian purposes. We would like you to believe that he thought...
I object against the characterization.
The jury will take its own recollection of the testimony as argument.
That is argument. He did not say the words humanitarian purposes. However, what was the impression he left you with? I wanted to make it get over quick, spare Gregg Smart. I mean, what's he saying? It's humanitarian purposes. Roger Cole said that the main purpose people buy those bullets, hollow points, is to increase devastation, to increase the odds of killing. Which one do you think is the real reason? I think if you go through your notes, you'll see that one of the other boys, I believe my memory is, and use your notes. There's 15 of you now, there'll be 12 of you. One of the other boys, I believe, said the purpose of those bullets was to increase devastation. That's not the exact word. Which is true? Is what Billy Flynn told you true? Or is what his cohort, his fellow gang member, his fellow weasel, his fellow vermin, what they told you, is that true? Is what Roger Close told you true? Billy Flynn, he gets on the stand, and he knows Ralph Welch is, I can't remember if Ralph's already testified or gonna testify. If he'd already testified, Billy knows about it because he watches it on TV. But anyway, he knows, he said his own case. He knows Ralph Welch knows about the conversation. Billy calls up to try to get Ralph to meet him somewhere. He knows about that, so he's got to sort of eat that. So how does he deal with that? He says, I talked to Ralph about the rumors Ralph had heard. The whole time Ralph Welch was on the stand, he didn't say a word about rumors in the conversation. He described the whole conversation, but he didn't say a word about it. What he said was Billy was concerned about what? Not rumors. Well, the two killers, Billy's friends, had told him directly. That's not a rumor. And that Billy said the following things, and this order again is not right, and use your own notes. If Pam finds out about this, she'll never speak to me again. I'll kill myself. Does that get a little sense of deja vu when you get that? Does it get to something else? Those are the same things that he was always saying to that woman. If you leave me, I'll kill myself. Ralph Welch did that, right? Let's go back to the house for a second. Pete and JR get confronted by Ralph Welch. This is going to tell you something about Billy Flynn, what his friends think. Pete and JR get confronted by Ralph Welch. They say, no, we're only joking. Ralph leaves the room. He hears something. Now, Ralph's recollection is, let me think for a minute. I'll try and get it as close as I can. When Billy finds out about this, he'll be pissed, period. You know who's next. Close. I'm not sure it's exactly right. I asked Detective Pelletier what one of the other two boys had told him was said. What they said was, when Billy finds out about this, he'll be pissed, that sort of talk. He's gonna kill Raymond Powell. When Billy finds out about this, he's gonna kill Raymond Powell. Is Billy a little puppy? Now, Billy cried in here. As a human being, you have to feel something. If it's real emotion, if you're a human being, if you're not Pete Randall who has no emotions, you've got to feel something. It's got to touch some chord within you. We're not telling you, and the evidence doesn't suggest that Billy Flynn is the same as Pete Randall. Pete Randall has got the emotions of a slug, or no, he doesn't, a rock. A slug, if you hit with a pin, it moves, it feels pain. Pete Randall doesn't know what human emotions are. Billy's not like that. Pete Randall's on this end of the spectrum. Billy Flynn's way over here. Emotions course right through his body. The thrill of killing courses through his body. Cries at the drop of a hat. He's obsessed. He's obsessed with love for Pamela Smart. He told you that. He's obsessed with his hatred for Gregg Smart. I believe he told you that. If he didn't say that, his friends said it. He's a kid who has emotions. What emotion? What was he thinking about when his tears came up? Who knows? Who knows what's running inside that mind? The mind of a thrill killer. All three of these boys told you that they wouldn't plead guilty unless all of them were taken care of. I'm not sure if all three of them said it. Everyone was asked about it said it. You had touched 3 musketeers. They also told you one of them, I believe it was Billy, but again, use your own recollection, told you that he wished he hadn't done it and he was prepared to go to trial. He sort of suggested that the lawyers had tricked him somehow. If he was prepared to go to trial, his defense was going to be denial of guilt. Well, what story was he going to tell that jury if he testified in his own trial? Was he going to raise his hand exactly the same way? Swear to God? Was he going to look 12 people in the eye? Was he going to tell a lie then? Another lie? A different lie?
I object to speculating it was Bill Flynn. It's clearly not the testimony of Bill Flynn in this case. And giving the testimony of Bill Flynn and just leaving it open like that is just really unfair to all three witnesses.
Well, I guess I'll remind the jury that in any criminal case, a defendant has a constitutional right to take a witness stand and testify. And we'll proceed.
You know he can show emotions, but he doesn't feel them. The day after Gregg Smart's death, Mrs. Kinsman calls a couple of them in the office and he molds spines perfectly. That's an act. Was what he did up there in that? Do you know one way or another? You know, people like, all three of these kids, Cecilia too. How horrible. People like these are problems for prosecutors. The problem because they're really not human beings worthy of belief. They're bad people. They did that horrible, horrible thing. If someone suggests to you something like, you know, if a crime happens in hell, you're not going to get angels. This is you have to have devils, and that's why we put these boys on. Someone says to you about Cecilia, to catch a fish or something, you have to put a worm on the hook. You don't put a cupcake on the hook. Someone suggests that to you at any point in time, I urge you to reject that suggestion. What that suggestion is a coded message to you to come down to their level. To bring the standards of American justice, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, presumption of innocence, your skepticism, take all those things and drop them down to the sewer where those people live. Those are things you have to take into account and determine whether or not you want to believe any of those people. Let's talk about sex for a moment. That was a big part of the case. It was a driving, sexual urges, hormones were a driving force in Billy Flynn's actions. Do you really think it makes any difference what particular position two human bodies were in at a point when they're having sex? Why did the prosecution bring that up? Why in the first 47 minutes, why in the first hour of the cross-examination of Pamela Smart were the first 47 minutes talking about an affair and sexual acts? Does that help you at all? You know they had an affair. You know they were intimate. Do you need to know about ice cubes? Is that something to titillate you, anger you against her? Is that something kinky? How does that get you any further along in your analysis of what happened, whether she's guilty or innocent? Is she guilty of an affair? You betcha. You betcha. She's a married woman. She's not supposed to have affairs. Is she guilty of that? You betcha. Is she guilty of having an affair with someone 6 or 6.5 years her junior? You betcha. Is she guilty of having an affair when she's not in the school, but she's essentially in a position of authority, abusing that authority? Is this trust put in people? Is she guilty of that? Absolutely. No doubt about it. Does that make her guilty of murder? No. We ask. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, it seems like light years ago that we talked, when the judge talked to you about the burden of proof and why it's so important to hold the state to that burden. You can't drop it down. What are some reasons to have a doubt? First of all, you could go through the boys' testimony. You could go through it at length. You could just pick up one thing, the right behavior, talk about the differences in their made-up stories. Okay? Was the gun shown to Pamela? Wasn't it shown to Pamela? Was it in the waist? Was it in the jacket? You could go through those things. You can do that for the whole case, and I suggest you may want to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to point out 4 or 5 areas that have to give you a reasonable doubt. One is the bank. I already talked to you about that. As I said before, if you want to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Billy's telling the truth about that, just chase down her records, her credit card record. No big deal. Cecilia, and quite frankly, I'm not even sure it's Cecilia, maybe Billy, maybe one of, I think it's either Cecilia or Billy. One of those two told you that Pamela came back after the funeral, the first time they saw her, she said she just couldn't cry. Well, that's something where their story touches other people's realities. Normal people witness things. Was she able to cry? Whether or not she's faking it or not, was she able to cry? They're saying she came back and said, I couldn't cry. Why don't you listen to all the tapes in this case back here? I think the judge is going to give you some sort of advice to listen to them. Listen to that 9/11 tape. Do you think she couldn't cry? Listen to those voices, those three people are describing it as they're seeing it. Listen to what they say. She was hysterical. She was crying. Why would she go to one of those two kids and say, I couldn't cry? The answer is, that's a lie. She did not go to those kids and say she couldn't cry. Brian Washburn, he saw her cry. Her shirt was wet. Whether it was sweat, she was hot, maybe it was sweat. She was crying. Again, maybe they're crocodile tears like Billy's. But why, if that's true, wouldn't she go to one of those kids and say, I could make myself cry? No, that's a lie. Most importantly, son, I talked a little bit about the way the state treated Brian Washburn. What about the way they treated Sonia? She's guilty of a terrible, awful crime. She was her best friend. You can cross-examine someone like that loves somebody without jumping down the throat, without reaching in and grabbing the pancreas and ripping it out. That's what they did to Sonia. They put her right on, probably over the tears. That was unnecessary. Mrs. Flynn, Billy's mother, she did things that, she knew were wrong. She did it out of love for her son. Did we jump down her throat? All right, what did Sonia tell you? The evil Sonia. Well, she told you one thing, that Pam was crying all the time, talking incessantly about it, but she told you something very important. She told you she was whimpering in her sleep. Try that tonight. Before you go to sleep, try to whimper during your sleep. See if you can do that. If you could whimper in your sleep, would you go tell one of these kids that you couldn't even make yourself cry? Cecilia, another thing, another reasonable doubt. Let's talk about Cecilia for a moment. Cecilia Pierce told you that on May 1st, last year, she met with Pam at the school in the media center and discussed the upcoming murder of her husband. Again, unfortunately for Cecilia, that's one of the few places where her lie touches reality. Patty Weiser came in here and said, Pam came in late. She went to a meeting with I think it's the superintendent. He testified too about the meeting. She came back. We were ready to go. We went to lunch. We didn't come back till 2:30. Cecilia told you that was, look at your notes for this, again, earlier than 2:30 because school got out at 2:17. That's just a lie. It could not have happened. The woman was in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, or else in a meeting with the superintendent. Now, Mr. Maggiato, when recognizing that that's a problem for the state of New Hampshire, when Patty Weiser says that, Mr. Maggiato said, well, could they have, passed in the corridors or something like that briefly somewhere else? That's fine, but that's not what Cecilia said. Go back and look what she said in the media center. Again, the insurance. It isn't there. That $90,000 policy. If you took notes on what Mr. Houle said, you know that none of the stories those kids say about her knowledge of insurance can be true because you can't figure out $90,000. Again, that's lie touching reality. Think about who Cecilia Pierce called with the information on the gun. When she's out there trying to figure out if her father, she can steal from her father. She called Pamela Smart, called her friend, quote unquote friend, Billy. She calls him twice. She tries to set up, first of all, she tries to see if her father's got whatever she talks about it anyway. Then her friend, I think the name was Tammy something or other, that she called her friend, and evidently was a supervisor. She steals from that person who's never done anything to her. Or she tries, she sets it up for a steal, again, with her friend Billy. That's billing. That's for billing, not for him. What motivates Cecilia Pierce? I don't think we have a clue based on this evidence. I don't think there's a clue. I strike the other thing. There isn't a clue. Is she jealous of something? Who knows? Do you know she's a liar? Yeah. Do you know that she's willing to take part as an accomplice in an attempted first-degree murder? Yeah. Listen, she told you that, well, first of all, she told you that she was worried a couple of days before trial that she might get charged with something. But she told you the police said, oh, you didn't do anything. We're not going to charge you. Don't worry about Cecilia. Well, what did Cecilia do? What's the crime that Cecilia Pierce committed? Well, perhaps most insignificant, she made a false report to a law enforcement officer. It's a crime in the state of New Hampshire. She did it on 3 occasions, but the state's theory is 2 occasions, the first 2 times. She admits the first 2 times I talked to the police, I went in there and lied, said I didn't know anything about it. That is a crime in the state of New Hampshire. Captain Jackson says you didn't do anything. We're not going to charge you. He told her the 3rd time she went in that she committed a crime. I think she called it obstruction or hindering or something, but what she meant was false report to the police officer. That's a crime. She got a walk on. She got a deal, a good deal. Forget about the $100,000. That comes after all that. That doesn't play a whole part. It tells you a little bit about what kind of person she is, but not much really. You can't blame a poor kid for taking, poor in the sense of indigent, not having money for taking money. I'm not going to do that. But she committed a crime there. What else does Cecilia Pierce do? When the judge reads you the charges, he's going to go through all the elements and the indictments against Pamela. Why don't you listen to a couple of them, okay? Listen to conspiracy, and while you're listening to it and trying to see if it applies to this woman, listen to it and see if it applies to Cecilia Pierce. Agrees with one or more persons that an act shall be committed and a overt act is done in furtherance of that agreement. The overt act is more than one. The phone call is an overt act. Billy Flynn going down, rifling through a car is an overt act. Driving to the other place, the house, to look for the gun, that's an overt act. Cecilia Pierce is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. She's out there doing okay. There's another offense she's guilty of, not conspiracy, but first-degree murder. Aiding and abetting an attempted first-degree murder. She attempted to get a gun to help Billy Flynn kill a human being. That's a charge. I mean, that's a crime. That's serious. She's got to walk. Captain Jackson, because the state of New Hampshire needs her or wants her as a witness, gives her a walk on it. We don't think he did anything wrong with it. Let's talk a little bit about that one a little bit, Pamela Smart. Let's talk about the tapes, okay? Play the tapes. If you have the transcripts, read them. Okay? You're going to see things in there that are damning. You're going to see things in there that are totally consistent of innocence. You're going to see that those tapes are a product of a messed mind. What gets Pamela Smart to that point? Those decisions are ridiculous. They're stupid. There's no good judgment shown in trying to trick Cecilia Pierce into giving her information. That's absurd. The police were absolutely correct to shut her out of this investigation. She was out of control. There's no criticizing the Derry police about that. What gets her to that point? Why is she out of control? She's doing things that just make no sense. Well, try being 22 years old and having your marriage taken from your spouse. Why don't you try that out yourself? Why don't you think, just that off, forget everything else on the case, just think, is there a reasonable possibility that could cause someone such trauma and such stress that they'd act in an irrational manner? What's it like? What is it like when death comes? Not after a long illness for your spouse, not when you've prepared yourself and steeled yourself for it, when it comes absolutely out of nowhere. What's that like? What does that do to a human being? Now, some people can bear up after that. There are some people that are as strong as anything that can take it. Some people aren't. Some people break easier than others. Add to that, add rumors start flying around town. And Cecilia told you there were rumors, and Pamela told you there were rumors. And the rumors are all kinds of things. They involve your husband being in the mafia. They involve him being a drug dealer. They involve you. What does that do to the mind? It's already, there's a breaking point. I think it's called, I don't know, it might be called tensile strength or something on metal. There's a point where something snaps, okay? Do those rumors help get the metal back, the mind back to its normal state, or does that put more pressure on the mind? Think about that night in Hampton. She was letting Cecilia drive her car. There's no dispute about what happened there. Everybody agrees about that. They're driving the car along. This is after her husband's killed, after there are rumors going around, before the boys are arrested. She's driving the car, and a force sufficient to retake Kuwait surrounds that car. You have multiple cruisers. You have a paddy wagon, which is a racist term, by the way. You have police officers on horses, mounted police. You have police officers on motorcycles. They surround that car. They put a spotlight directly on your face. It's nighttime. You're two young women alone. You go to move your dog. You get screamed at, told to hold your hand up, and you kept there for 10 minutes. Your husband's been killed. What does that do? What is the tensile strength? I mean, is that enough to snap a human being? Is that enough to cause a human being to act irrationally? That's not the end of it. 1-2 days after that happens, while you're in a great mental state from the things that have happened to you before, what happens next? The person with whom you've had an affair, a secret affair, did something that you're ashamed of, and you have to be ashamed of because of the age differences. That person, the person who you thought was a decent human being, the person who you've seen the same side that you folks saw in court here, you've seen that side of Joey Flynn, that fellow was arrested for the murder of your husband. But what's the first thing? Do you want to believe that, okay? You hear that news. If you believe that, we all have defense mechanisms, okay? If you believe that, that means that you're having the affair, whether or not you're legally guilty of the death of your husband. That means you're having the affair with the death of your husband. That someone you loved, and because you loved somebody, they killed someone else you loved even more. Would you embrace that and say, good, I'm happy they solved it? Or would a person shrink from that and get as far away from that and pray and hope that that wasn't true and try to find a way to show it wasn't true? That's a horrible one. Listen to those tapes. There's an interesting, you have to, I'm afraid to suggest that you really have to listen to all four of them to do this, but listen to the progression in the voice of Pamela Smart over those tapes. Listen to it at the beginning, listen to the progression. You hear with your ears a descent into hell. You hear a person snapping, and the snap has happened somewhere between those first two and the last two. Listen to the whispering, the manic kind of talk, the paranoid kind of talk. Listen to it. That is mind. It's not acting anywhere near rational. When you do another thing when you listen to that tape, if you have, I don't know if you can have the transcripts or not. If you have the transcripts, look for places where Cecilia Pierce says something, Pamela Smart says something that is as if she never even heard a word Cecilia said. I'll give you one example. See if you can find some more. At some point in those transcripts, Cecilia Pierce starts, this isn't even close, but the word uncle, PDN. She started talking about somebody's uncle who did something and he's in jail for a large amount of time, and you, quote, you had your husband killed. It's a quote. I remember that part. Etc. You're out on the streets. Cecilia says that, and Pamela goes, above that, Pamela's been talking, the transcript, been talking about the affair, and she answers that statement, going right on talking about the affair, as if she never heard a word Cecilia mentioned. I want you folks to imagine, not yourselves, but think of it, a stressed, a basket case who has something that she desperately has to prove, something she desperately has to hide, that affair. She's now terrified she's going to be arrested because of the affair. Having conversation, a rational conversation. She's got an agenda. That's hide that affair. No doubt about it. She doesn't deny it. She's got an agenda. If you listen to that tape, half of the times in the last 2 tapes, the first 2 tapes she's following Cecilia. The last 2 tapes, you'll see time and time again that it's just her answers, her responses aren't responsive. Her mind is out of control, racing on one course, that affair and hide it, nothing else. Listen again to the tape. Cecilia starts talking about somebody looking for the gun. I think it's Mr. Fowler. You're going to have to take a look at it. Cecilia says, here they went looking for the gun. And it's clearly the gun to kill Gregg Smart. Pamela says, what for? And Cecilia says something else that I don't recall. Pamela says again, what for? Well, if she's in on this thing, she knows all about it. She knows about the first attempt that someone told you. What is she asking? What's the gun for? Listen to how many times she brings that conversation back to the affair. Is she talking about hiding the murder? She's talking about hiding the affair. She's clearly engaging in acts that constitute witness tampering. Okay? And there's no, the acts she does, she tries to get Cecilia to lie to the police. No doubt about it. Okay? Or to withhold information to her. Not a single doubt about it. But is she trying? First of all, what you as human beings have to decide what compels that, what brings you to that point. And the reasonable doubt instruction is an interesting thing, right? The judge is going to give it. At the end of it, it says, if you find that the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, you should, and that's the word I'm underlining with my hand here, you should find the person guilty. If you find they haven't proven it, you must find the person not guilty. I said that right. You should find them guilty if they prove it.
I object to this counsel giving the law. You're going to instruct the jury.
I can comment on the instructions, Your Honor. There's a difference between should and must. One is mandatory, must is mandatory, and should is in the normal course of affairs. That's what you should do. And the difference is because sometimes there are circumstances where someone does acts that, if you look at the element of action, constitute a crime. And she does, those acts she does with Cecilia Pearson, in a vacuum is a witness tampering. But a jury in our country, that's why we have those 2 words, has the right not to return a verdict if they feel the circumstances are such that a just result will be reached by a verdict of not guilty, even though the person does those things. But on that witness tampering, I'm telling you 2 things. I'm telling you the acts are there, you did them all, and that you shouldn't have found her guilty because of the factors and what was going on in her mind. She snapped. I want you to listen to those tapes. What you're going to hear there is a woman who had been, over the course of a long time, emotionally drawn in quarters. It's as if they drawn in quarters when they take 4 horses and tie them to your limbs and pull them apart. She's being ripped from all sides. Being ripped from her love for Bill, fear from being arrested, her desire to find out what happened, and hopefully it isn't Bill. She's being torn every which way. That's what you're going to hear that in her voice. Now, you get in the United States, you get 2 verdicts. You get guilty and not guilty. Before you get to guilty, the state has to prove a charge beyond reasonable doubt. That's true. That, by the way, most of our legal system comes from England. That's true in England. It's not true in Scotland. Scotland has one major difference. They have 3 verdicts in Scotland. They're guilty. The state proves beyond reasonable doubt. They have not guilty if you think the person has proven themselves innocent. They have a 3rd verdict, not proven. We take the innocent and the not proven and put them into one, not guilty. I won't tell you that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt Pamela Smart's innocent. I won't say that. I'll tell you that there are multiple reasonable doubts about whether she's guilty. But I won't tell you we proved the negative. I'll tell you one thing, forget about what I'll tell you, one thing is for certain, that the correct verdict in this case is either the not guilty or the not proven, which in America we put together into a not guilty. Because there's reasonable doubts. What happened, I'm misty morning drive on May 1st, 1990 was an abomination. That's the word for it. It comes from the Old Testament, a portion of the Old Testament where they talk about the cycle we have in life. You're a child first, you're a teenager, you become a young adult, you marry, you have children, your parents become grandchildren. You grow older, your parents die, you bury them. That's a proper, normal cycle of life. Somewhere in the Old Testament, I don't know where, I was in a motel room once and I tried to find it. Somewhere in there, they talk about parents burying their children and breaking that cycle. That's an abomination. That's what the Bible says. It's an abomination. That's what those kids are guilty of. That's what happened. Nothing else. It's a word that doesn't really describe anything else, perhaps the Holocaust. Nothing else in the human life really fits that word. People, the vicious animals who brought you that abomination, there's 5 of them. We've only really heard 4 of them. We haven't heard from Paul. We don't know much about them. The 4 who took part in that, 3 boys, Cecilia Pierce. Those 3 boys, at least, they laughed and joked as they set out to kill Billy Flynn, Mr. Remorse, Mr. Tears. When he went out the first time to kill Gregg Smart, was the follower, what did he say to Ralph Welch? Braggadocio, or whatever the word is. We're going to go do Gregg Smart. They laugh as they set out to kill. These people who boast of the thrill of killing, the power of killing, the people who laugh on the way to jail, have been arrested for first-degree murder, did something funny. They took one life. What they really want to do is take another. Billy Flynn can't have Pamela Smart. Nobody's going to have Pamela Smart. That's what Billy Flynn wants. What they want is, at the end of this case, they want you to make an awful, horrible mistake. And they want you to laugh at you folks. Wouldn't let them do that. You know, all these, the judge is going to tell you about the presumption of innocence and reason, but I'm not going to go over that. I'm going to tell you a little story about why that's so important. As I said, those rules of law come from England. England, there's one big difference in England from here. I told you about a difference from Scotland. In England, they don't have a constitution, and those rules can be suspended at any time. Those rules have been suspended for about, I don't know, a number of years in cases of IRA, people charged with working for the IRA.
The basis of the objection is bringing analogies of what may have happened in England with IRA people or other cases.
They make analogies. You're not supposing, are
I
you?
think he's just trying to scare the jury.
As I said, in England they don't have a constitution. Either Parliament, the courts in some circumstances can do away with juries, they can do away with proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They've done it. Well, we were sitting here in this courtroom. It's either 6 or 8, I can't remember. 6 or 8 Irish men, one woman, I think, who had been convicted 16 years ago of murder were set free. And they were set free because they had been tried in a courtroom where there was no proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but they didn't have the right to confront their accusers. None of the protections we have here that are so important. Those things aren't cheap. People die in wars for those things. We fought a war to get those rights. It's no accident the first 10 of the Bill of Rights amendments to the Constitution are those rights. Those are your rights and our rights. Don't cheapen them. Don't bring them down to Billy Flynn, Cecilia Pierce's level. Look at this evidence. Go through it all. Really take your time. You're never going to, we hope you're never going to make a more important decision in your whole life. But we certainly hope you don't ever have to make a decision more important in your life. Do the right thing. Thank you.
It's really funny we're having this conversation, right, about age. 22, he was 15, she's 22. 7 years or so, right? I mean, 15 years old and a 22-year-old, right? I would never let my daughter or son date a 22-year-old if they were 15. And then look at David and Celeste, right? I mean, she was 14, is he 5 years older? No, is he 19? I think he's 5 years older. But then when you get to 20 and 25, or somebody who's 20 dating a 35-year-old or 40-year-old, then it becomes like, I guess it's okay, right? It's like, that's why we marked that age of 18. 18 is, considered an adult, and you can do what you want. But that difference between 15 and 22 is just not right. But then once you get to 18, then they become 26? Then it's like, then I guess it's okay. But it's just weird. Just weird that we have this issue going on right now. There's many other teacher-student cases that have been going on, and then we have, of course, David and Celeste. That is, in a lot of people's a lot of people are talking about that, and that's a. But when he was like 17 and she's 12, is it that's that's weird too. But we know people that have had that happen too, and it's just it's an interesting topic of conversation. The age difference, of under 18 versus over 18. All right, so now that was the defense closing. Now we're going to get to the state closing, and then we'll get to the verdict, and then I'm going to get to some more recent hearings that she had, including the one that was just from July 20th.
The defendants for preposterous testimony for the last 2 days, you'll also come and realize that that was nothing more than a calculated effort, a last-ditch calculated effort for this woman somehow try and distract you from what the inescapable conclusion of what those tapes show. And that inescapable conclusion is that the defendant was involved and guilty of these crimes. Now, she does it at a time, ladies and gentlemen, on these tapes, when she's so obsessed with solving this crime, she's so obsessed in finding the murderer of her husband, that she keeps the most crucial information that anyone can have from the police. She keeps the most crucial witness, Cecilia Pierce, that the police could ever have from talking to the police. And she does it all the time when she says, well, it changes. We first heard it was a game to see what Cecilia knew. We then heard later on it was a way to get more information. We then later on heard it got to be the point of confusion. And then we heard later on it was being scared. And then we heard it was being desperate. And today, during summation, we got to the point of a pencil breaking. Apply your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. Look at those tapes. Listen to those tapes. And you'll reach the only one conclusion that those tapes lead you with. Now, the task before you is somewhat obvious, somewhat simple. There's no question in this case who physically killed Gregg Smart. No question that Pete Randall held the knife to his neck, held his hand in his hair, nodded to Bill Flynn, or Bill Flynn nodded to him. And there's no question that Bill Flynn, after tapping his breast pocket, took out that gun, pointed it down at Gregg Smart, and pulled the trigger. No question about that. You don't have to waste a moment of deliberations on who killed Gregg Smart. There's no question that J.R. told you he drove them up that night. No question about that. We all know that. You don't have to waste a moment of time deliberating on that. And there's no question that all three of them tell you that this defendant was part of the plan. That this defendant knew what was going on. That this defendant was one of the co-conspirators, and she took part in the planning and the commission of the murder. There's no question, ladies and gentlemen, that she claims these three juveniles, adults, call them what you will, are lying. They're fabricating a story. They're masterminding the most vile concoction that ever came into a New Hampshire courtroom to get her. No question, as that's what she sees. So the only question you really have to answer is, who's telling the truth? Who's telling the truth? And the benefit you have in this case, ladies and gentlemen, is that you just don't have to listen to Bill Flynn, Pete Randall, and J.R. Ladder. But you have all sorts of corroborating evidence which will support the defendant's guilt. You have the testimony of Cecilia Pierce. The defendant admits she's got no motive to lie here. You got the testimony of Ralph Welch, and I'll be talking about each of these as I go along. And you also have the testimony of a couple of people that were totally omitted in the defense counsel's summation. You're going to hear the testimony, I'm going to review with you the testimony of Cindy Butt and how significant that is in this case. I'm also going to review the testimony of George Moses and how significant that is in this case. And then at some point I'm going to go over portions of those tapes. And you can decide for yourself whether this is a frantic woman, desperate, about to snap, or a cool, calculated operator, rallying the wagons around her, who's talking to lawyers, talking to Cecilia.
Objection, Your Honor. Basis? Just comment on the record. Counsel uses improper. Oil versus oil.
Well, I guess I'll sustain the objection to the extent that it's a comment on the right to counsel, but it is a closing argument.
Well, you listen to the tapes and you see what she was doing at that time. What you'll see is, as the circle was closing in on Pamela Smart, because Ralph Welch had gone to the police, she's doing everything in her power to set up a defense, to keep Cecilia Pierce quiet, and keep the police off the track. And when you do that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see that the only fabrication that comes in this case is this defendant's testimony to what those tapes meant and what happened between her and Bill Flynn. Now, to demonstrate there's no doubt beyond, there's no reasonable doubt, let's start with the testimony of Bill Flynn. Okay? There's no question the testimony of Bill Flynn makes out the elements in this case of conspiracy to commit murder as well as accomplice to first-degree murder. He tells you he and the defendant took part in the planning. He and the defendant sat down and talked about how it was going to be done. He and the defendant talked about getting a gun. He and the defendant talked about making it look like a burglary. He and the defendant talked about wearing gloves. He and the defendant talked about wearing, tying her hair back, his hair back. He and the defendant talked about when Gregg Smart would be home. He and the defendant talked about where she would be so that she would have an alibi. There's no question that his testimony, just on its face, makes out those two charges. He told you about 3 separate planned attempts that they had in this case, where she was at that time. Told you about prior attempts that failed. So Bill Flynn's testimony in and of itself proves the case. But the question for you is, do you believe it? Well, where do we start? Well, one of the things we talked about during voir dire, one of the things we talked about in this case was the manner in which someone would testify. Now, the defense counsel spent, 30 minutes on his summation telling us how much he didn't like Bill Flynn. He didn't like Pete Randall. He didn't like J.R. Ladney. Aren't they despicable individuals? Ladies and gentlemen, they are. No question about it. That's not the issue before us. We didn't put Pete Randall on the stand for you to like him. We didn't put J.R. Ladney on the stand for you to like him. We didn't put Bill Flynn on the stand for you to like him. We put them on the stand for you to evaluate whether or not they were telling the truth. And you all said, whether I'd like this person or not, I'm going to listen to what he has to say. And I'm going to evaluate the testimony that he gives me. And I'm going to compare it to all the other corroborating evidence. And I'm going to make a decision based on that, unaffected by emotion. Now let's start with Bill Flynn. Was he a thrill killer that you saw on the stand? Think about it. About a week ago. Maybe 8 or 9 days. You saw him on the stand. You saw how he testified here before you. You saw how he answered the questions. You saw the emotion coming out of him. That's a thrill killer? Yes, Bill Flynn, sometime after the killing, laughed. I'm not telling you Bill Flynn never laughed again. I'm not telling you Bill Flynn cried for the rest of his life. But when he was in here, and he was telling you of his part in the murder, when he was in here telling you about when he had that gun out and he was pointing at Gregg Smart's head, tell me, you think that kid felt this was a laughing matter? You think this kid was joking? No. Do you think that kid was masterminding a vile concoction of lies to get this woman? Is that how Bill Flynn came across to you on that stand? Is that how Bill Flynn looked when he testified to you? I ask yourselves, remember what you thought when you left that courtroom, what your impression was of Bill Flynn. Keep that in your mind when you're thinking about whether what Bill Flynn says is true or not true. Bill Flynn doesn't have all the answers. Bill Flynn doesn't dot all the I's and cross all the T's. He can't. He told you himself, lousy memory. A lot of it purposely forgot. I don't doubt it. Neither should you. But was he a liar? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, if Bill Flynn was a liar, that was one of the greatest performances you've ever seen in modern times. I want you to think about that when you're evaluating his testimony. And at the same time, this defense counsel spent so much time commenting on his laughter, commenting on his face, and commenting on him, contrasted with what you saw from the defendant this entire trial. This entire trial. Witness after witness got up there and talked about a bullet being put in her ex-husband's head. Not one tear of remorse, but not a tear of grief. She wasn't shooken up one bit at any time. Contrast that face and mannerism when you compare it to the testimony of Bill Flynn. Now, contrast it with the mannerism you saw the defendant when she testified these past 2 days. Could anybody get a question out without her having the answer? You don't even get the question out before you get a but, or because, or this is why, and let me tell you, Cecilia told me this, and so-and-so told me that, and that's why I said that. I mean, she was sitting on the edge of the seat. Her face was right into that microphone. You didn't say boo before the answer came out. It was rapid fire. It was a programmed robot. She had every possible answer she could think of before the question was even asked. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to consider not only how Bill Flynn testified, but let's talk a little bit about what he said. There's no question the defendant had a powerful influence over Bill Flynn. She had to get him to commit this murder. Bill Flynn's a little bit of a dumb kid. He's a little bit of a punk. He's broken into cars. He's burglarized storage sheds. There's no question about it. Pam Smart didn't approach the class valedictorian to commit this crime. No question about it. Who's Bill Flynn? And he testified to you about the influence the defendant had on him. And he testified to you about the relationship, the sexual nature of the relationship. Now, why does the prosecution bring out the ICE incident in 9.5 weeks? I mean, are we just trying to get some headlines for the press? No, ladies and gentlemen, that's a detail. A detail that someone like Bill Flynn is not going to forget. It's a detail that's corroborated by Cecilia Pierce, who says, yeah, she remembers him coming down for ICE. It's a detail which will give you some sort of idea of what was going on between them. This isn't just a haphazard affair where the defendant haphazardly has sex with this 15, 16-year-old boy. This is torrid. This is a torrid affair. This is this kid's first sexual experience. He's way over his head. And I submit she likes it that way. How do you know? Let's talk about the pictures. Were those pictures taken specifically for Bill Flynn? No, ladies and gentlemen, that's not what we're saying. She didn't get up on this bed and, as she says, standing around for Bill Flynn. And you'll see these. Take him into the jury room. Take a good look at him. No, we're not saying that. What we're saying is, she tells you, oh, I didn't want to go to my regular place because I would be embarrassed. So I gave him to my 16-year-old look. But not for him to look at, because I didn't want him to open up the package. I thought he wouldn't do that. Does that make any sense? But she didn't want to send him into a modeling agency, and that tells you another thing about this woman, what she thinks of herself and her body. She was glad to give him to Bill Flynn. It was all part of the enticement process. Not only do you have pictures, ladies and gentlemen, and you have sex in her condo during 9.5 weeks, Bill Flynn told you about other rendezvous. A couple of times at Salisbury Reservation, a couple of times at his house, a couple other times in the car. What's the point of bringing this all out to you? You don't care that they had sex at this place or that place. It explains to you the nature of the relationship. I mean, she's totally deceiving her family and friends and her husband about this affair. And I submit to you she was very good at it. None of them had a clue that was going on. I mean, the art of deception is something that she's very good at. It's to show you that, hey, this is how it happens. You're going to have sex with a 16-year-old boy. You're going to do it at Salisbury Reservation. You're going to do it down on the beach in the car. You're going to do it somewhere where no one else is going to see you. That's the point of bringing it out to you. Same with the letters. What do the letters tell you in this case? Okay? Bill Flynn tells you, yeah, I got 8 or 9 letters. Saying how much she loved me. Some were sexually graphic. We didn't drag it out on exactly what the graphic detail was in these letters. We weren't bringing it out for that purpose to embarrass the defendant. We're bringing it out to show you what kind of relationship this is. According to her, it starts in late March and ends in late April. For every love letter she would have to have sent him, she would have had to have sent a Dear John letter right after, the way she talks. She's talking he was breaking up all the time. But Bill Flynn is telling he's getting these love letters. Some of them graphic, sexually explicit. What's the point? It explains the whole. It explains how a 16-year-old kid who can say, you really want me to murder your husband? Because yeah, we're not going to be together. Is going to say, okay. You must be right, I'll do it. That's what's the point of bringing it out. And do you think the defendant is being candid and honest with you because she admits, yes, I wrote him letters? You notice how she answered that question when I said, were they sexually explicit? Apparently, yes. But who's she kidding? Who's she kidding? She admits the letters to you because she's got to. She knows Sarah Thomas has seen the letters. It's all in the tapes, how Sarah Thomas had seen the letters. She can't get in this courtroom and deny those letters. She admits everything that she knows there's going to be witnesses to corroborate it. She's got no choice. Now, another interesting thing about her claim that this relationship was something that she tried to break off several times. You notice how we got no details about that? How I said this at one point, how I said this at that point, how he said this and how he said that. Never got any details about that. You know why? Because there are none. It never happened. But when you ask Bill Flynn about the first kiss, he can tell you step by step how it happened. When you ask Bill Flynn about 9.5 weeks at her condominium, he tells you step by step how it happened if you wanted to. He can tell you everything. Her, we broke up 8 or 9 times ago. Yeah, that's a lot. That's what she tells you it happened. Why do I bring this out to you, ladies and gentlemen? Just to give you an idea of the nature of the relationship and the differences, the way they testify. Now, the important thing to remember here is Cecilia Pierce. There's no question in this case that Cecilia Pierce is a confidant of the defendant. She is the only person in the whole wide world who knows about the affairs. She is the only person who is with Cecilia, the defendant, and Bill Flynn when they have sex sometimes. Downstairs, watching the movies. She's the only person who's the cover for them when they go out. She didn't know anything about these affairs breaking up. She didn't tell you anything about Bill Flynn and the defendant trying to break up. Now, with this kind of hold on Bill Flynn, it was very easy for her to justify the murder in this case. The defendant clearly told him of the abuse that Gregg Smart did to her. I mean, Bill Flynn told you, yeah. And let me just put me on a side point for a second. The defendant is talking to you about so much of the dignity she wanted her husband to be buried with. What was the first 2 things she told you when she took the stand? The first thing is my husband had an affair, which I submit to you was just to sort of suggest an explanation as to why she had an affair. The second thing she tells you is, I remember talking about it near Christmas because around Christmas, he threw me out. He didn't intentionally hit me, but I was locked out. We had to call his parents, etc., etc., etc. Why does she admit that? She knows Bill Flynn's going to come in here and talk about it. She knows Cecilia Pierce is going to come in here and talk about it. They know about it because she told them. You think that's how she described it to Bill Flynn? That he just brushed me accidentally? It was nothing really serious. He doesn't abuse me? No, I'm sure she knew it. I'm sure she justified to herself, and she justified to Bill Flynn why she should have this affair, and why her husband was no good. No question the marriage was lousy. This defendant, practicing her art of deception, tells everybody in the press immediately after the murder how happy they all were. She tells everybody and her friends how everything was going just fine and they always wanted to be together. But Brian Washburn told you that Easter weekend, a couple of weeks before the murder, Gregg Smart is saying, it's really lousy between us. It's really screwed up. I had an affair, Pam had an affair. It's terrible. Never heard that from this defendant. You know why? She doesn't want anybody to get suspicious after the murder. She doesn't want anybody prowling around to figure out what the problems were. She took every possible step she could to make sure nobody knew about it. Now, notice how contradictory that was to every statement she gave to the friends, she gave to the police, and she gave to the press. Let's talk about why not get a divorce. Seems pretty simple, right? She testified on examination. All I would lose is maybe the furniture would split up and Haley might be an argument and possibly $4,000 to $6,000 in our checking account or savings account would have to be split up. But there's no real problem here with getting divorced. Except to suggest to you, why would you do this? It's not money, ladies and gentlemen. We're not suggesting to you she killed Gregg Smart for the insurance money. We're not suggesting you she killed him for the furniture. Now think about what a divorce would have done to this woman, who I submit to you is very, very concerned with her image and very, very concerned with her profession and reputation. She'll hear it comes out of the tape. If she got a divorce, the affair is going to come out. It's going to ruin her reputation professionally. She's going to lose her job. You don't think that's going to be a big stain on this 22-year-old? That she had an affair with a 15-year-old boy a little after her turned 16? You don't think that's going to trouble her career down the line? You think she wants all her family and friends to know about it? That's just one of the reasons. She told Bill Flynn, Gregg would probably never leave me alone. How do you deal with that messy situation? To her, it was easier to do the murder. She had a willing participant. Now, you hear about the progression of how this murder takes place with Bill Flynn. Bill Flynn doesn't come into this courtroom and just tell you, well, we had sex, we liked each other, and the next day we decided to kill him. That's not what he tells you. What he tells you first starts out as she doesn't know whether to get a divorce, or she doesn't know whether to kill him. From there it goes to, well, the only really alternative I have is maybe to kill him. And when does it come that she finally says this to him and he really thinks that maybe there's something to it? He's being driven home after one of those evening trips during 9.5 weeks. And afterwards, she breaks down and she cries and says, look, this can't go on. This can't continue. We got to do something about this. And Bill Flynn, by that time, her hook is so deep into that kid's psyche, so deep into that kid's hormones, and he's going to be a willing participant. He's going to do it. Now, he tells you about how it goes from there. The next day they have this great plan, it's all worked out, they're going to do it. No, he says, first, she told me to try and find somebody to do it. He's a 16-year-old kid from Seabrook. He doesn't know anybody who's going to commit a murder. He doesn't know anybody. He tells her that. I can't find anybody to do that. Eventually he approaches Pete and JR first, and they tell you he's nuts. And he tells you that they told him he was nuts. Eventually, before that, he approached Raymond Fowler to get Raymond Fowler to help. And he tells you about everything he was doing every step of the way to get this accomplished. What's the point of telling this all to you? The point of telling this all to you is that it has the ring of truth to it. It's not somebody who's just sort of saying, we fell in love, we decided to kill her husband. So, what does he tell you? He tells you about 3 attempts, ladies and gentlemen. He tells you the first attempt, I didn't even try anything. She said she was going to be at a meeting. I just went home. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a gun. Called her up and I said, look, Pam, I can't do this. I don't have a gun. I don't have a car. What does he say? It happens. She gets infuriated. She yelled at him. She says, it's over between us. Just a little bit turn of that hook into his side. He's destroyed. He does think it's over. Okay? What does he say the next day? She comes along and says, don't worry about it. There's another meeting. And you can do it then. And what do you know, ladies and gentlemen? There's a meeting on April 5th at AOC that the defendant goes to. And you also heard that that meeting gets continued that night to April 12th. And Bill Flynn tells you about another attempt where Pam Smart's at a meeting. He tells you about this attempt, how he gets Rain to follow her, borrows her car, and goes up there to commit the murder. Purposely gets lost, gets cold feet, comes back and calls Pam up and says, we were late, we didn't do it. But she wasn't too angry this time. Then what do we find out? We found out that one night, Bill Flynn gets dropped off to pick up Pam Smart's car by Chris Goslin, Danny Blake, a bunch of other kids, when she's at a meeting at the SAU 21. And what do we know? There's a meeting, April 12th, that she goes to. And Bill Flynn tells you that she wasn't so upset about it when I got back to pick her up, because she said there was one more meeting. And when's that meeting? May 1st. What's that? It's a school board meeting. And I also point out to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in each of those days, when Pam Smart tells Bill Flynn that he could commit this murder, you should check Gregg's day plan. Just so happens that on April 5th, I'm sorry, I may have said May, but I meant April 5th, he has appointments at night. Again, on April 12th, he's got appointments at night. And again, May 1st, he's got appointments at night. What did Bill Flynn tell you? Pam Smart would tell him where Gregg was going to be and when Gregg was going to come home. He told you that Pam Smart was going to make sure she had an alibi by going to a meeting. And what do all these three situations show? The exact same thing. Gregg Smart was not going to be home. He was going to be in appointments. Pam Smart was going to be having her alibi at meetings. Now, we talked about Dr. Cadner and what these meetings were for, and the defendant clearly had a legitimate interest in going if she wanted to, for her salary, and for the meeting course, and things of that nature, but Dr. Cadner told her she didn't have to go. Very rubber-stamped the AOC committee, the purpose for her being there. In fact, I submit to you the defendant thought it was getting a little suspicious that she was going to these meetings, and that's why on April, May 1st, she causes a little bit of stink about the shelving space. After she totally agreed with the plan, she told Fred Engelbach it was all set, she creates a little bit of a stink in order to show a purpose of why she has to go, almost to the point of threatening her job. Dr. Cadner said, well, you go tonight, you do what you got to do. Tomorrow, I'll do what I got to do. You know, a little interesting detail Bill Flynn gives you about that attempt that night. He told you the night that they made love for 9.5 weeks, she danced for him, which is another way of sticking that hook into him. Van Halen was on the tape, they played Van Halen the song Black and Blue. And he told you when he got in her car that night and turned the key on, there was already a tape in the cassette holder, and it was Van Halen, Black and Blue. You think that was just a coincidence? No. You think Bill Flynn has the creativity to even make up that kind of detail so he can give it to you, so he can sound more credible through his tears? Is that what you thought Bill Flynn was doing? I submit to you based on what you saw, no way. Now, defendant suggested in her testimony that the week before Gregg Smart's killed, she has a major breakup with Bill Flynn. And you notice how she testified about this? She said, well, Bill first said he was going to kill himself, he was crying, and then he stopped. As if a light went off in his head. And when did this happen? This happened on Wednesday or Thursday that week. So if this was the impetus for him to kill Gregg Smart, if this was the impetus for him to go off and do the killing, how could Bill Flynn possibly make up this story in retrospect about where Gregg Smart would be, about what the meetings were, and get it right? How could Bill Flynn have done that? He couldn't have, ladies and gentlemen. He wasn't making it up. He's telling you what that woman told. He's telling you what that woman planned. And you know, she also said how Bill Flynn was there Tuesday night. He did the dishes and threw the garbage and tried to suggest that, you know, Bill Flynn knows where the bulkhead is because he had to go out to throw the garbage. Remember that kind of questioning? What point or purpose does that have? Does that make any sense to you? Tuesday night, they had sex together and everything was great. It was a couple of days later in her office that they broke up. So ask yourself, how did Bill Flynn get in that night? There's not a single piece of evidence to suggest that the house was broken into. Now, they try to suggest that maybe Bill Flynn left something open. Didn't mention in the summation, maybe because it wouldn't work. The breakup was after that night. It really doesn't make sense, does it? Let me ask you something about, does this make sense to you? If this relationship is so turbulent between the defendant and Bill Flynn thinks after it breaks up that he can then go and kill Gregg Smart, and that she would come running back into his arms? And what did she tell you after the murder? I never saw Bill Flynn. I saw him once in my house on June 10th, once in June Holloway to go look at a car. I mean, if Bill Flynn committed this murder, and she saw him at school, why wasn't he chasing after her? In her version. Because that's not the truth. The truth is he did the murder for her, and they got together as much as they could without her friends knowing it. At school, after school, at the new condominium. It was only across the field from Winnacunnet High School. Now, how did JR and Pete first get involved? He told you, first we told him he was nuts. He told you the process of how he went so we get a stereo equipment, and that sent the bug off from JR's. No question. JR's a thief when it comes to stereo. No question, Pete Randall is a cold, calculated murderer. And again, I put him on stand if you like. I put him on stand for you to tell him, for him to tell you what happened. You know, I submit to you, this crime would not have happened without Pete Randall. Bill Flynn needed a Pete Randall to pull this off. And that's what the function and the chemistry that Pete Randall provided. But how did they get involved? They were slowly enticed. After talking about taking stereo equipment, Bill tells you that he offers $1,000 without conferring with Pam. And then Pam says, no, $500. That's too much. They're going to get suspicious if that much of money is missing. So he goes back and he tells that to JR and Pete. And I want you to remember those amounts, $500 and $1,000, because it's going to come up important later on when we talk about the testimony of Randall Welch. So, defense counsel tells you that this is a total fabrication made up by Bill Flynn, Pete Randall, and JR. When they're incarcerated at ADC, when they're incarcerated in Brentwood, is that what he's trying to get you to think about and what he wants you to believe? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if they wanted to, they could have made up an entire story. They had all sorts of time to sit around at ADC and talk about what happened. They had all sorts of time to come up with a great fabrication. If they were going to do that, ladies and gentlemen, why did they do a much better job? Let's talk about what Pete tells you. Pete says the only time I ever spoke to Pam Smart was I was in the car on the way down to Haverhill. And the reason I spoke to her at that time was because I wanted to go over the plans. I wanted to make sure everything was set up right. I wanted to make sure this was going to be pulled off the way it was supposed to be pulled off. Now, Pete Randall and Bill Flynn and JR wanted to make up a good story. Why didn't Pete Randall tell you about all sorts of conversations he had with the defendant? Why did they say that the defendants come over to JR's house a couple of times and sat around at JR's bedroom and made up stuff? Why didn't he tell you that he stopped by the media center once or twice and she gave him information or talked directly to him about payment? Pete Randall doesn't tell you those things. Pete Randall doesn't tell you anything but what he knows to have happened. And you know why? He doesn't like the defendant. He tells you that too. He doesn't hide his motivation here to make himself look better. It'd be easy for him to sit up here and say, I killed Gregg Smart because I felt sorry for the defendant. She told me he was an SOB, told me he was abusing her, had to get rid of him. He didn't tell you that. I did it for Bill. I want Bill to get caught. He was nuts. He was going to do it for this woman. I was going along. Was it part of the thrill for Pete Randall? I think that's a fair conclusion. I think Pete Randall had some kicks out of this. And I hope he spends the next 28 years to life thinking about her. Because that's where he's going to be. I'm not asking you to feel sorry for him. I'm not asking you to accept him, except to listen to him. That's all I'm asking you to do. Same with JR. JR could have told you all sorts of stuff. He tells you about, look, the only time I really talked to Pam about it was once in her office on the speakerphone when she was arguing with Gregg, and afterwards she said, I gotta have it done. He also tells you about another time in his locker when Pam comes up and says, I left the ball can open and the door open. But what does he tell you? I'm at the media center all the time. He could have told you all sorts of stuff about Pam Smart. He could have made up all sorts of stuff. But do they tell you that? No. What do they both tell you? They both tell you that initially all the information was coming from Bill. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that makes sense. Because that was the nature of the conspiracy as it started. This defendant and Bill Flynn were the conspiracy. And Bill Flynn was a satellite out there trying to bring in the other people. They didn't have to tell you that. They could have said all their conversations came directly from Pam Smart. But they don't. And the reason they don't is because they're not fabricating their testimony. They're not making it up. If they wanted to make it up, why not correct all these little inconsistencies? Why not correct the business about the bullets? Pete Randall thinks it's that day. Bill Flynn thinks it's the day before or so. JR thinks it's a month. I mean, they've been sitting together in their cells for, how many months now? How easy would it be to say, hey, let's get that boat thing together before we go talk to the AG's office? They don't do that. They're not afraid to tell you that they have different recollections. And Bill Flynn it doesn't show up in the defendant's bank account, the $30 that Bill Flynn believes she withdrew that day. I don't know what she did at the bank that day. I don't know if Bill Flynn's got it right. That's not the issue in this case. Not every I is going to be dotted, not every T is going to be crossed. If they wanted to fabricate the story, they would have taken care of that bullets. Same thing with the ring. The most important thing you should know about the ring is what Pete Randall says. He talked to me about his wedding ring, it flipped me out, I wasn't going to take his wedding ring off. But what did Dr. Fossum tell you? So, single gold band wedding ring on the defendant's left hand. How did this other ring get off? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Did Gregg Smart in his panic, when Pete Randall asked for his change, start taking off his other jewelry, taking out his wallet? Did they take off the ring? They don't remember it? Do you think they were taking notes about what was happening minute after minute? No. They're scared out of their minds. Killers? Yes. Perfect recorders of everything that was happening in that moment? No. But if they were liars, and their whole point was to come in here and lie, you can't dispute that ring. You can't dispute that wallet. How easy would it have been for Pete and Bill to say, hey, you took off the ring, I got the wallet. What do you say, okay? Yeah, sounds good. Simple. Really simple. Not done. Let's talk about insurance. And I think this is probably one of the most significant things we could talk about. I really want you to focus on this for a second. And I think Mr. Toomey will agree with me when he said, Pete Randall said 174,000. Pete Randall actually said 140,000, right?
I stipulate that was incorrect. It was 140,000.
Okay. Now, there's no question there's two policies here. $50,000, $90,000. Pete Randall told you what he knew. He said, I knew there was $140,000 insurance. Did he tell you when he knew that? No. He didn't say whether he knew that before the murder or whether he knew it after the murder. JR said, I knew it was before the murder. No question about it. JR's wrong. Is JR getting his dates mixed up? Maybe. Is JR lying? Maybe. Is he embellishing? Maybe. I don't know. What's really significant here in this case about the insurance money is what Bill Flynn tells you. Bill Flynn says, I specifically remember that after the murder, the defendant came up to me and said, there's more money than I thought. And Bill Flynn said, I thought she had a policy for $90,000 and another one for $50,000. I wasn't sure which one she knew about.
Objection doesn't conform with the evidence.
You remember? He said, I remember $90,000 ringing a bell, and I knew eventually it was $140,000. Just when Mr. Cool from the insurance company told you, two policies, she couldn't know one was $90,000, or she might have known, but probably unlikely, she wouldn't know about the $50,000. Bill Flynn gets a $90 and $50 mixed up. But what's significant is here is he knows. If they broke up before the murder, and she's got very little to do with Bill Flynn, how does he know? How does he know about the $140,000? Submit to you, he knows, because their story's a fabrication. They're talking. There's no breakup. He's with the defendant every step of the way. Now, as a witness in this case of significance, I cannot overstate. I want you to really focus very closely on this next witness, Ralph Welch. What is the significance of Ralph Welch? Now think about what he told you. He said that on June 9th, Pete Randall and JR said to him, that they committed the murder of Gregory Smart. And what else did he say they told him? Pete Randall said, I'm getting $500 from Pam Smart. JR said, how do you think I got these speakers? From Pam Smart. At the time that JR and Pete Randall were speaking to Ralph Welch, there was not a clue to the police that these guys were involved. Nobody was after them. There's absolutely no motive in the world for them to lie. No motive at all. What does Ralph Welch tell you? That what Pete Randall and JR said about their involvement with the defendant before the murder is absolutely true. There's no fabrication here. They're talking about it before they're even arrested. They never thought Ralph Welch was going to go to the police. They thought he was a close and trusted friend. And what else does Pete Randall say that night? Brings us back to the insurance. Pete Randall says, I don't know where the money's coming, but she's got $140,000 in insurance. How does he know that? He's got a connection to Pam Smart. Now, you want to stretch your imagination, you could say, well, Bill Flynn gave me this information. Let me ask you something. Bill Flynn doesn't have to lie to Pete Randall and JR to get them to commit a murder for him. That's one thing you know about Pete Randall. You don't have to get Pete Randall, you don't have to lie to him to get him involved. Just say, come on, Pete, let's do it. And Pete says, okay, let's go. Bill Flynn didn't have to lie to those guys. And he wasn't. He said, tell them, they're not lying to you. They're telling you what's going on. And you know, the benefit that you have in this case, it just gets better. I mean, based on that testimony alone, I submit to you, you have all you need to convict this woman of conspiracy to commit murder, to convict this woman of accomplice to first-degree murder. But you got more. You got the testimony of Cecilia Pierce. Cecilia Pierce is totally unconnected to Bill Flynn, JR, and Pete. I mean, yeah, she worked on the OJ video with Pete, and yeah, you know, they hung out together with Pam Smart sometimes. Kids don't hang out with Cecilia Pierce. You saw the kind of guys they were. You saw what Cecilia Pierce was like. They're not in the same crowd, and they all told you that. You don't have one piece of evidence in front of you to suggest that Cecilia Pierce was in any kind of cahoots with Bill Flynn, JR, and Pete Randall. Cecilia Pierce's information independently corroborates the testimony you heard from those guys. And when you think about Cecilia Pierce, let's talk a little bit about who she is. When did she first meet the defendant? Project Self-Esteem, just like Bill. She's a 15-year-old sophomore girl. Pretty face, a little overweight. She meets dynamic Pam Smart. Dynamic Pam Smart takes a liking to her. She becomes her intern. They become good friends. You don't think this is a boost to Cecilia Pierce? You don't think Cecilia Pierce is kind of riding cloud 9 with her relationship with Pam Smart? You betcha she is. You betcha it's a thrill for her. She's also privy to her secrets. Who in the world gets the right to know about the affair between Bill Flynn and Pam Smart? Cecilia Pierce. Nobody else. Cecilia Pierce was very, very special. And what does she tell you? She tells you the same thing Bill does. Started having an affair gradually. They liked each other from a distance, then they got together, and they started having sex. She was there sometime. She also told you that of the progression of how the planning went. First it was talking about divorce and murder, didn't know what to do. Eventually it became a decision that they would kill. She knew that it was supposed to look like a burglary, that they were supposed to wear dark clothes, they were supposed to wear gloves, that they were supposed to park at the plaza, that the defendant would leave the door open. Gives you all that information. Start thinking about it. Why is Cecilia Pierce giving you this information? If Cecilia Pierce was lying about this stuff and didn't really know it, where's she getting it from? She getting it from Bill Flynn? Now she's getting it from Bill Flynn. What do you think? You think Cecilia Pierce is going to say, oh, okay, Bill, you want to kill Pam's husband? That's not tell her. She's been really good to me. She's been a good friend to me. I really like her. She's done a lot for me. But yeah, let's go stick it to Gregg. Ridiculous, right? Right. That's not what's happening in this case. She's there, she's privy, she knows what's going on. What else does she tell you about? She tells you she knows about the prior attempt. She tells you that the defendant told her that she left the keys for Bill Flynn to go up there and commit the murder one day. That Gregg Smart was already home, that they couldn't do the crime, that Raymond Fowler was with Bill, that the defendant was at a meeting. And she also tells you, City Pierce tells you this, that someone came in while the defendant was at that meeting. She had to hide behind the bookcase. And Bill Flynn told you the same thing. And you know, it's one of those things that the defendant took the stand and admitted. Why? He just wants to explain why these two witnesses are saying that. It's all part of the calculated robotic response to the testimony you heard. So ask yourself, why is Cecilia Pierce lying if this vile concoction of testimony is all fabrication? Think about it, and think about it carefully. Why would she kill Pam Smart's husband without telling him? Now, did Cecilia Pierce look for a gun at Papagino's? Absolutely. She doesn't deny it. Ask yourself, why was she looking for a gun? She tells you how it happens. Bill, Flynn, and Pam are in the office. They're talking about a gun. They ask me, I tell them. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Does she at that time want to see Gregg Smart killed? Mr. Toomey's ready to convict her. Kind of surprising coming from a defense attorney. He's ready to convict her in a second. Why does she say, yeah, I know what a gun is. She wants to belong. She wants to be part of it. Dumb? Yes. Did she call up Bill Flynn and tell him to come look for the gun? Yes. Why did she do that? She wants to please Pam. She doesn't do anything else in this case. She's not going to be arrested in this case. You think she's lying because she's got some sort of fear? Why would she lie about Pam? Why not just come in and say, yes, I looked for a gun. Please don't arrest me and I'll tell you everything I know about Bill Flynn who kills Pam Smart's husband. That's what she could do. She doesn't have to bring in Pam, maybe the first person in a long time who gave her some self-esteem, someone who she thought was a dear friend. She wouldn't bring in Pam. Doesn't make any sense. And the reason is, it's not a fabrication. It's the truth. And it's corroborated by Pete, by JR, by Bill, by Ralph Welch, and Cecilia Pierce. She also tells you about the weight. Same story you get from Bill Flynn. Defendant was uncomfortable in seeing her there. Bill Flynn told you she was, excuse the expression, shitting bricks. She also tells you about the June 10th, 1990. Isn't that funny what the defendant said about June 10th, 1990? She knows someone might have seen Bill in the car. She's got to give some explanation why he's there. Bill just happens to be coming over after watching a movie and stays till 3 in the morning. And what do you know about that day? Bill Flynn tells you JR comes over, Pete comes over, and they have a conversation about Ralph Welch. He calls Ralph Welch, tries to convince him it's a rumor, tries to meet with him so he won't go to the police. Says yes, I'm going to go nuts or kill myself, whatever, if Pam finds out. Not because Pam didn't know. He didn't want her to be upset again, annoyed, angry, like she was the last 2 times he screwed up. And what do you hear? You hear from Cecilia Pierce that she comes over later that day, and Pam Smart takes her upstairs and tells her all about it. We know that's true because the police went to Pam Smart's house to see who was there and saw a car in the driveway, ran the plates, and found out it was Michael Welch's car, Cecilia Pierce's driver who brought her there that day. And ask yourself, why were the police going to Pam Smart's house? And why was Pam Smart's car stopped later that night? You know why, ladies and gentlemen. Because Ralph Welch had gone to the police already. And Ralph Welch told the police what JR and Pete told him. That they were going to get $500 for Pamela Smart. That's how he got the speaker. The police thought she was involved. Went to her house, stopped her car. They were looking for the boys. They didn't find them. It all kind of makes sense. Now, think about it. Boys arrested June 11th. Yeah, I think that's the day. June 11th, Monday. Cecilia Pierce goes to the police on June 14th, June 15th. Spills her guts out. After that, the police ask her to wear a wire. She starts going to talk to Pamela Smart. If Cecilia Pierce was part of this fabrication that the defense would like me to believe exists in this case, why did you get the information? From June 11th to June 14th, I think one thing is quite clear. Everything was a panic in this woman's life. It was a panic in Cecilia Pierce's life. She got called down to the precinct on June 11th. She was very worried about being arrested. She heard rumors on the street. She came back to the police June 14th. When did she get together with Bill Flynn, Pete Randall, and J.R. Latty to cook up this brew? No chance. You didn't hear one piece of evidence of Cecilia Pierce getting together with those guys to discuss the murder. It didn't happen. Cecilia Pierce is just telling you what she knows from her observations. And she doesn't get everything right. She doesn't get it like the boys got it. She remembers some things different. And that's what she's testing about her memory, not their memory. Not some concocted story. This is the benefit you have in this case. This is what makes your deliberation process so much easier. You don't just have to rely on those boys, but you got Ralph Welch. And if you don't like Ralph Welch, you got Cecilia Pierce. So you got more. To assure you, there's no reason to doubt this case. But ladies and gentlemen, it just gets better. One person the defense did not comment on their summation is Cindy Butt. Think about Cindy Butt, our last witness, a very short witness, but whose significance, again, cannot be overstated. Anybody in your jury room talks to you about, what about fabrication? Oh yeah, somebody throw out the name, Cindy Butt. Why is that name so important? What does she tell you? She tells you that a month or weeks before Gregg Smart is killed, I am having a conversation with Cecilia Pierce. I'm not sure, but I think we're talking about my divorce. And what does Cecilia Pierce say to her at that time? I have a friend, Pam, whose marriage is lousy and wants to kill her husband. That blows any fabrication theory right out the window. There's no motive for Cecilia Pierce to lie at that time. Is Cecilia Pierce somehow envisioning that she might be arrested, she better make up a story against Pam Smart? Absolutely not. Cindy Butt unequivocally demonstrates that Cecilia Pierce is telling the truth. You know why? Because she tells somebody way before there's any possible reason for her to lie. It's consistent with someone telling the truth every step down the line. And what are you supposed to think in this case? Cindy Butt took a drink of this vile, toxic soup we heard about in openings so that she came into this court to lie as well? Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Barely ever sees Cecilia Pierce. Never talks to her. She doesn't even know who Bill, J.R. and Pete are. She doesn't even know the defendant except to say that she's Pam. And we confirm we're talking about the same Pam because on the night of the murder, the bell goes off in Cindy Butt's mind and she says to Cecilia, hey, you told me about this once before. Does anybody suspect anything? And what does Cindy Butt say? Cecilia says, oh, I didn't know I told you. You know. Well, don't say anything. I don't know if she says that. Cindy Butt doesn't say anything until we go after her. Where do we get the information? Cecilia Pierce. You have that in this case, you ladies and gentlemen. But think about one other thing. If Cecilia Pierce was fabricating this entire story, how could she possibly think that she could fool the Derry Police Department that she's going to get information by wearing a wire from Pamela Smart? I mean, is Cecilia Pierce going to do some sort of mind game that this defendant did? Is Cecilia Pierce going to go in there and match wits with this college graduate with a 3.8 Q average and say, I'm going to trick you into saying incriminating stuff because I need to avoid being arrested or I need to avoid getting in trouble? Ridiculous? Yeah, pretty dang ridiculous. Because it's not true. The truth is, this is Cecilia Pierce told you. I knew Pam was involved in the beginning. I was really starting to question my own motivation here and not going forward, talking to the police. Yes, I was a little scared I might be in trouble, so she comes clean. She comes clean and tells everything she knows. That's a lot more than we can say. That's a lot more we can say about Cecilia Pierce than we can to this defendant. She never comes clean when approached by the police that summer. She never comes clean to her friends. She never comes clean to anyone. And I don't even have to talk to you about movie rights. I think the defense agrees with me. That's a non-issue in this case. Came together way after the fact. Way after this defendant really started the media circus by talking to Channel 9 twice within a week of her husband's death. Nothing to do with it. There's no dispute on that part. One other person the defense didn't talk about, and that was George Moses. George Moses, another short, sweet witness. His importance can't be overstated. What's the significance to you of George Moses? Well, in the summer of 1990, Bill, Flynn, Pete, and JR aren't saying anything, and that's the defendant's going to count on it. They don't say anything. The only problem she's got is Cecilia Pierce. Cecilia Pierce is the only person who's giving any evidence against her. So what does George Moses tell you? George Moses tell you, I meet the defendant in prison when I'm visiting my mother. She calls me up within a couple of days after that. She says, hey, George, would you be willing to lie for me? Would you be willing to say you're Cecilia Pierce lie? George, I'm not kidding. He says, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, I think about it. I don't know what he says. It doesn't matter. What's important is what she said to him. Now, was it dumb for Pamela Smart to call up this kid and do it? Yeah, it's real dumb. Was it the act of a desperate woman doing desperate things? Yeah. She said yesterday she started acting rationally after she was arrested. Maybe not. What was the point? Why call George Moses? Because he went to Winnacunnet High School. His story would have some legitimacy because he could say he saw Cecilia Pierce there. Did he call him because his mother's an inmate and maybe be more likely to do it? That's possible. It's the whole factor here to demonstrate that her concern about Cecilia Pierce is so great because Cecilia Pierce is telling the truth. And she's got it discredited. And you know what George Moses tells you is true is because you got the phone records. Between August 26th, and he says it's a couple weeks after I visited and see the defendant, there's 4 phone calls placed from the prison to his residence in Massachusetts. And he tells you a long time after that, my mother called me up and said, hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't get involved in any of this. If anybody comes and talks to you, you just tell them the truth. And George says, okay, Mom, I will. And what do you see in the phone records? Phone call, October 30th. From the from the new Goffstown prison, women's prison, to George Moses. Corroboration of the conversations. And he says, I remember that phone call sometime around the time I spoke to Danny Pelletier. And what does Detective Pelletier tell you? Spoke to him around November 1st. It's another indication of the truth of what's going on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know I've been talking to you a long time. And I know you're probably tired. You're maybe hoping that this would end soon. But I think it's really important to show you how this evidence just keeps building up. And how this evidence just keeps laying on top of each other. You don't have to look at one factor. You don't have to look at one witness. You can look at all of them. They just keep supporting each other. And they keep supporting the guilt. And that makes it so much easier for you in this case. You don't have to wring your head and say, oh my God, this whole case relies on that one witness. Oh my God, this whole case relies on just that statement. No way. You got all sorts of corroboration here. You got Ralph Welch, Cecilia Pierce, Cindy Butt, George Moses. You could go in that jury room right now and I submit to you, you would have no problem finding this defendant guilty. Accomplice of first-degree murder. Conspiracy to commit murder. Based on what Cecilia Pierce says, tampering too. You could do it. You could stop right here. But you got a lot more. You got a lot more. You got this defendant's own words on tape. Not once, not an offhanded comment, but on tape. 2 times on June 19th, July 12th, and July 13th. And what did she tell you? Just think about her testimony a little bit, how ridiculous that was. She tries to get up here and tell you an explanation for that incriminating evidence. Ask yourself, what choice does she have? She can't deny those tapes exist. She can't deny those statements have been made. She can't deny what she said. She's got to come up with the reason. And what does she tell you? Well, first, I was trying to get information from Cecilia Pierce so that I could do my own investigation. And when she's got the information, and it's something that she should go to the police with, she has a justification for not going forward. Because, well, before I went to the police, I really wanted to talk to Bill. And when that excuse doesn't really make sense any longer, her next excuse is, well, I just didn't want the affair to come out. And then she switches back to, well, I was trying to get information. And then I just didn't want the affair to come out. And then she starts saying I was confused. Then she starts saying I was scared. Did that look like a scared woman to you on the stand when she was testifying? Did that look like a woman who couldn't be in control of a 15-year-old girl when she wanted to talk to her? Did that look like a woman who couldn't set her mind out and say exactly what she wanted to say and make decisions? Did that look like a woman who couldn't stand up to the embarrassment of an affair from solve her husband's murder? What I submit to you that woman was a woman who was doing everything in her power to distract you from looking at the significant evidence that those tapes are, to somehow take you away from the inescapable conclusion of what those tapes show. Again, I tell you, it's a last-ditch effort to somehow, some way, explain the most incriminating evidence you could ever ask for in a case. The only thing we're missing is a videotape of her conversations with Bill Flynn. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've been talking for my hour. I have to speed it up. I only have about 10 more minutes I can share the evidence with you, and I'll do it rather quickly if Bill doesn't mind. Simply, I want you to think about several things when you consider the defendant's testimony. Think about her history of deception. Think about how she had no problem lying to her friends and living a lie with her relatives. Think about how she had no problem taking a stand in that car accident case and lying about the presence of Bill Flynn in that car. Think about how she had no problem looking Danny Pelletier at the Derry Police Department in the face and saying to him, "This is the honest to God's truth, detective. I don't know why they would have done this case." Ask yourselves that. How she can do that, look at him in the eye and say, "The honest to God's truth, I don't know motive. The honest to God's truth, I don't know why you're bothering Cecilia." Think of that history. Think of that background when you're determining, is this a witness you want to trust? Is this a witness where you're going to discount all the testimony you heard from Rolf Welch, Cindy Butt, Bill Flynn on the stand? Is this the kind of witness where you're going to throw out those tapes and ignore them based on what she says? I submit to you no. I'd just like to take a moment or two and show you some of the portions of those transcripts that demonstrate her involvement in this case. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to those tapes in those jury rooms, and I suggest to you that you do that, listen really carefully. Listen to her tone. Listen to the pace of her voice. Listen how she talks to Cecilia Pierce. And you make a determination who's controlling the conversation. And you make a determination, is this a woman about to snap? Or is this a woman in a panic? Because now Bill Flynn's been arrested. This is a woman who's now fearful that Cecilia Pierce might go to the police. This is a woman who is sure that the police might be at her doorstep at any moment. Keep all those things in the back of your mind when you're considering the defendant's conversation. All right, let me just show you a couple of these. July 12th, 1990. What does Pam Smart tell you? "I'm not worried about anything except the police. I think if Pete or JR, Bill says that I did it." Right. Then she says, "Yeah, then they can arrest me?" She goes, "Yeah." Okay. And then she's telling Cecilia, "There's no way I'm ever going to say anything about you." Little example of the subtle manipulation and pressure. And what does she say down here? Notice this whisper, her expression. The conspiratorial tone. But the problem is, my heart is like effing having a heart attack. I can't even effing believe this, because why would they have told Ralph if they never would have told Ralph, you know? What is she doing here, ladies and gentlemen? She's complaining. She's lamenting about the situation she's in. She's not telling you she's trying to get information from Cecilia Pierce. She's not trying to make sure, or she's not in a frantic mood, having a nervous breakdown. This is a woman who's lamenting that they told Ralph. Another one, July 12th. Just quick. I don't have time to go over all of these, ladies and gentlemen. You can listen to the tapes. I'm just going to make a few highlights. Did you see what had happened? Wouldn't you rather have just divorced Gregg? Well, I don't know, you know. Nothing was going wrong until after they told Ralph. Continuation of the same lament. Continuation of the same problem. I mean, she doesn't say, well, you know, I don't know, they killed my husband, I really didn't have anything to do with it. This isn't just telling Cecilia Pierce that she knew about it. She's saying that her plan was not going wrong until they told Ralph. And that's true. Until they told Ralph, nothing was going wrong. And what does she say? It's their stupid ass faults. Sigh that they told Ralph, you know? She's even blaming them. She gets him involved, and she's blaming him. Being a little more selective, ladies and gentlemen. I can't show you them all. Just have a couple more. What does she say here? Is this a woman who's trying to get information from Cecilia Pierce? Is this a woman who doesn't know what she's doing? Read it in context. All she's telling Cecilia Pierce, I've been a really good friend to you. I'd really like to be a really good friend to you. I'd like to continue our friendship. I've done things for you. What this is subtle manipulation and pressure to make sure Cecilia Pierce doesn't go to the police. Because if Cecilia Pierce does go to the police, what does she say? When I think I've been a good friend to you, and that's the thing, even if you send me to the effing slammer, or you don't, and if anybody sends me, it's gonna be you. And that's the big thing. And that's what it comes down to. That's what Pam Smart is worried about when talking to Cecilia Pierce. Not that the affair is going to come out. She's worried about going to jail for the rest of her life. She's worried about the police knowing what Cecilia Pierce knows. And right from there, where does she get right back to? The manipulation, the tampering. What good is it going to do you if you send me to the effing slammer? Don't think it's the end of your problems. The newspapers are going to be all over you. All your friends are going to be, what the F? You know, you're going to be on the witness stand a million times, you know? Remember that time you let Bill use your car to go up there? Where? Up to your house? Yeah. Well, that time, if they hadn't forgotten directions, he could have killed Gregg then. I know. I wouldn't have even had spent the next week with you. I know, but it's history now. Because, you know, we can't talk about SHIT that should have happened. What's it tell you, ladies and gentlemen? She's not just saying to Cecilia Pierce, I knew about the murder beforehand. They're corroborating what Bill Flynn tells you, that there was a prior plan, that they all knew about it. She's admitting it right here. This isn't some woman who's just throwing out comments. Now what does she say down like here? Hopefully my phone wasn't tapped when you said that, because I could have SHIT when you said that. And what does she say? I'll just say that you meant like, why if you couldn't understand why would it have killed Gregg? And why is she saying that to Cecilia Pierce? Why I could have killed Gregg. She told you time and time again yesterday that what she was doing was just saying that she knew about it and was doing nothing more. What she's doing here, ladies and gentlemen, is starting to make up their defense when they get caught. I have one last one to show you, ladies and gentlemen. There's more. I didn't get to them. Doesn't matter. You take your time in the jury room. You listen to the tapes. You have all the time in the world. This board really encapsulates pretty much everything you need to know. What does Cecilia Pierce say? If Raymond hadn't run his friggin' mouth off, this would have been the perfect murder. What does the defendant say? Right. What's perfect about it, ladies and gentlemen? The plan. And how do you know that? Cecilia Pierce says because they set everything up. The defendant says, no shit. To look like a burglary, just like you said. Just like that defendant said, he set it up like a burglary. And what does Pam Smart do? He confirms it. No shit. So it's not my fault. I effing ran it. She did her part. She set it up. She got them in there. She told them how to do it. They're the ones that screwed up. So it's not her fault. If Raymond had not run his mouth off, everything was set up perfect. No shit. You need any more? You don't need any more, ladies and gentlemen. And you know the most significant thing is on this board? The last thing I'd like to point out to you, she's talking about JR is probably going to be the first one to roll because he's only driving the car. Now what does she say about JR? She says, he's going to say you knew about it beforehand, which is the truth. Right. Well, so then I'll have to say, no, I didn't. And then they're going to believe me, or they're going to believe JR, 16 years old in the slammer. And then who me? With a professional reputation and a course that I teach, that's the thing. He says, all right, they are going to believe me. This woman has counted on from day one that if this case ever came to court, she could put herself on the stand with her background, with her intelligence, with her ability to answer questions, and pull one over on you, ladies and gentlemen. And I submit to you, based on the evidence you've heard today, don't let her do it. She'd have to be the most unluckiest person in the world. Have all these kids come in here and testify about what they know, with the corroboration of Ralph Welch, the corroboration of Cindy Butt, the evidence that just happened to go talk to Cecilia Pierce on a day she chooses to make incriminating statements on the day that she's white. And it's not that she's the unluckiest person in the world, ladies and gentlemen. It's because the evidence shows she's guilty. And I ask you on behalf of the state of New Hampshire that you read back guilty verdicts, accomplice to first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and witness tampering. Thank you.
We will select alternate.
All right, so now we get to the verdict. And again, I don't think there's any spoilers in this one. We all know what happened. But what I can tell you is... Wait, hold on a sec. Oh, wow. Holy snikes. What's going on here? How did I get that? Wait a minute. Wait, seriously? This isn't on YouTube? Oh my gosh, it wasn't on YouTube. Huh. All right, I got to do some fancy footwork here. Give me a second. I guess it wasn't on YouTube, which is really weird. All right, hold on a sec. I'm not quite sure what this is going to get me. All right, hold on. I gotta do some fancy footwork here, you guys. Sorry. Oh my God. I know you don't know what I'm doing, but it's gonna be okay. Hold on. Is this gonna work? Shoot. All right, bear with me. Bear with me. It's not on YouTube. It's on a website. So that's why I've got to do this. All right. Here we go. We'll do this. Okay. So here's the verdict. And jury deliberated over 3 days, almost 14 hours, about 13 and a half to 14 hours. They were sequestered. And they were sequestered. All right, let's see if this plays.
Defendant, please rise and face the jury. Madam Floor Lady, you please stand. Has the jury reached a verdict on each of the 3 offenses charged?
Yes, we have.
On case number 90S1370, which charges a defendant with the crime of conspiracy to commit murder, how say you, was the defendant guilty or not guilty of the offense charged?
Guilty.
So say you all. On case number 90S1371, which charges a defendant with the crime of accomplice to first-degree murder, how say you, was the defendant guilty or not guilty of the offense charged?
Guilty.
So say you all. And on case number 90S1372, which charges a defendant with the crime of tampering with a witness, how say you, is the defendant guilty or not guilty of the offense charged?
Guilty.
Let me see it, Ray.
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, defense will move all the jury this one.
Juror number one, with respect to the, all jurors, with respect to the charge of conspiracy to commit murder. Juror number one, is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Juror number two.
Guilty.
Juror number three.
Guilty.
Juror number four.
Guilty.
Juror number five.
Guilty.
Juror number six.
Guilty.
Juror number seven.
Guilty.
Juror number 8. Juror number 9.
Guilty.
Juror number 10. Juror number 11. Juror number 12. With respect to the charge of accomplice to first-degree murder, juror number 1.
Guilty.
Number 2.
Guilty.
Number 3.
Guilty.
Number 4.
Guilty.
Number 5.
Guilty.
Number 6.
Guilty.
Number 7.
Guilty.
Number 8. Number 9. Number 10. Number 11.
Guilty.
Number 12. Number 12.
Guilty.
With respect to the charge of tampering with a witness, juror number 1.
Guilty.
Number 2.
Guilty.
Number 3.
Guilty.
Number 4.
Guilty.
Number 5.
Guilty.
Number 6.
Guilty.
Number 7.
Guilty.
Number 8. Number 9. Number 10. Number 11.
Guilty.
Number 12.
All right. So, yeah, play on crime. It was, from what I could see, over 3 days. They were sequestered. It was over 3 days, and it was like 13 and a half, 14 hours is when they, that's how long it took them. All right, now, okay, so that was all from 1991. So I kind of set the stage, spent the last 3 hours setting the stage. Now we're going to get to her requesting new hearings. She wants a new, first was reduction. Well, before we get, hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to get to some news first. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. We're going to get to some news first, and then we're going to go watch request for sentence reduction and then her request for a new trial. So we'll play that one, but I want to play this news. Let me check out this news. What this news clip was.
Now on Pamela Smart in a videotaped statement,
Okay, this is her accepting responsibility. I do have this. I'm going to play this in full. This is just a news clip on her accepting. Now she's accepting responsibility. So let's see. Let me put myself over here.
Now on Pamela Smart in a videotaped statement, she accepts responsibility for plotting with a teenage student to kill her husband. The New Hampshire woman was sentenced to life in prison without parole on a conspiracy to commit murder charge. She was 22 years old back in 1990 when a 15-year-old student with whom she was in a relationship shot and killed her husband, Gregg Smart. Until now, she had denied knowledge of the plot. This is the first time Smart has accepted responsibility. She's seeking to have her sentence reduced.
Okay, so that was them just teasing it, and then here, I think, here's another little news clip of her talking about it. Let's see here.
My name is Pamela Smart. I've been incarcerated since 1990. I was convicted of being an accomplice to murder, and I'm serving a life sentence without any possibility for parole. I've been incarcerated in New York State for nearly 32 years, And I was previously in New Hampshire for 2.5 years. In those spaces is where I found myself responsible for something I desperately didn't want to be responsible for. My husband's murder, I had to acknowledge for the first time in my own, mind and my own heart how responsible I was, because I had deflected blame all the time. I think almost as if it was a coping mechanism, because the truth of being so responsible was very difficult for me, because I'm not a person that went through life hurting other people, and it was a space that was very uncomfortable for me and something that was new. Now that I am older and able to look back on things, I can see so many errors that I made, and I can see how skewed my judgment was and how immature I was looking backwards. I'm such a different person than I was. I'm more thoughtful before, I think things through before I make decisions, and less impulsive. I mean, it's 34 years is a very long time. And during that time, I've done a lot of work on myself and a lot of spiritual work.
All right, so that's just a little clip of, so that was from June 11th of 2024. Now we're going to backtrack just a little bit, back to 2023. This is a hearing, this is a request to reduce her sentencing. So it's interesting that she was in New Hampshire, she said, for 2 years, then she went to New York. I didn't think they transferred out of state. That's like a new one on me. Did you know that? I didn't know that. I don't know why she was, federally, yes, I can understand them transferring. Like, federally you get transferred out, but, I'm kind of surprised that was, that she was transferred from New Hampshire to New York. It might be because they didn't have enough room for her. I don't know. That was kind of interesting. All right. Well, she was 22 in 1991. So that was 35 years ago. So 22 and 35, was that put her at 67? No, 57? 58. She's 58, I think. I think she's about 58. All right. So this is from February 14th. Interesting, right? I'm going to just post it here. And I'll just post it up there. Yeah, so she's 58. So she was, 22 when it happened. All right, so this is a hearing from February 14th. And then we're going to get to her request for a new trial, which was July 20th of this past year, a couple weeks ago. So that's the whole point why we're doing this, is to watch that request for a new trial. But this is just kind of setting the stage, giving you guys as much background as we can.
Be seated, please. Thank you, Steve. When we're on the record, I have a couple of announcements.
This is case 2022-0198, petition of Pamela Smart.
Thank you. For the benefit of those in attendance, we will hear this case and then take a break. I understand that Mr. Brewer and Channel 9 will be here perhaps for the second case, but I think a lot of people will want to depart, and we'll allow that to happen. As the record shows, Chief Justice McDonald is recused from this case, and Mr. Sisti, you have reserved 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And good morning. My name is Mark Sisti, and may it please the court, I want to first thank you for allowing us to make this argument. I represent Pamela Smart, and I have been representing Pamela Smart for 33 years. I represented her when she was arrested. I represented her when she was at trial, when she was convicted, and when she was sentenced to life without parole. I represented her when she was shipped off to the maximum security prison in New York, at Bedford Hills. I represented her throughout her stay there. When she was sexually assaulted there by a correctional officer, when she was beaten so badly that she needed facial reconstruction surgery, when she earned 2 master's degrees and a doctorate. I have tried to represent her in front of the governor and council 3 times. The last time that we tried to represent Pamela Smart in front of the governor and council was on March 23rd, 2022. The governor and council gave Pam Smart 2 minutes and 34 seconds of their attention.
That was at the public proceeding?
That was at the proceeding where they had 100, I think, and 28
right.
Particular items on it.
I appreciate that, but there were filings, significant filings, up before that time, right?
Before that, we had requested relief, I believe, in 2005 and 2015.
But I think what Justice Hicks is referring to are the materials that were filed with the Executive Council for this proceeding. There were substantial materials, some of which have been provided to us, filed by you and also by the state, correct?
There were enormous amounts of material.
And we don't really know how much time they individually gave to those materials. So it's really not fair to say they just gave her 2 minutes of their time.
No, I think it is fair, quite frankly, because you know what? That's a great question. That would have been a wonderful question to ask and to delve into if we had an opportunity to actually sit down and have a hearing. They did not exercise discretion.
Let me just skip ahead. You're doing very well, but let me just skip ahead. If we were to hold that she was required a hearing of some duration, wouldn't we then be down the, forgive the expression, slippery slope of deciding whether it was an adequate hearing or what kind of hearing, what evidence maybe, how long the hearing should last?
Well, I mean, quite frankly, the state's argument is that the executive branch, the governor and council, should be able to run their own show, and I understand that. I do. But it has to be at least minimal due process, and what's happening now is that the public is not aware of what took place. Justice Donovan, in fact, brought up an excellent example of that. We don't know if they even looked at one page of what we submitted.
Well, we don't know. The court's business to know.
It is, especially in this case. You know, life without parole sentences are much different than any other sentence in the state of New Hampshire. As judges, you know that, and as practicing attorneys, you know that, because other individual crimes have determinate sentences. You get out after a period of time. You have relief, parole, 651-20 relief in Superior Court, motions to reduce. You have commissioners that can write letters and send you into the community with a bracelet on. That's not true. And life without parole sentences, in essence, they are civil death penalty sentences. They will kill you unless you have an avenue of relief.
Where is it set forth in the Constitution or in any statute the degree of process that your client's entitled to? There's nothing.
Well, I think there is, actually. I think like in any procedure where you assume that any branch of government will exercise some process and some discretion, that minimal due process under Part 1, Article 15, or Part 1, Article 14 of our own Constitution, and I think guaranteed in this situation under Part 1, Article 18, that we would get some relief.
Well, isn't this analogous? We did not have to offer you oral argument here today. We decide 75 or 80% of the cases that come before this court on the papers, and those people get due process. And why wouldn't you be making the same argument if we hadn't had oral argument in this case? Well, they didn't read it. There was no due process.
Well, actually, Judge, not to be offensive, but if it was denied by you, then I would have extinguished every remedy in state court, and I would still have avenues sometimes to go further. I have no avenue here. This is a perfect example of a petition for writ of mandamus. There is no other remedy.
But we don't have to have a hearing on it.
I believe, though, in this particular case, when you're dealing with a constitutional guarantee in the state of New Hampshire, where the folks that put our Constitution together said that we're not going to exterminate our citizens, we're not going to have them languish in prisons to die without hope. That yes, there is a special duty. There's a special duty on the governor and council to guarantee that. They took an oath to guarantee that. And what you saw on March 23rd, 2022, was almost a whimsical brush Pamela Smart away. Let's go on to the next
Councilor
item.
Warmington said she'd read all the materials. Can we not rely on that?
Councilor Warmington said she read all the materials, she patted the lawyers on the head, and didn't comment about one substantive thing in that pardon petition.
Why was she required to, Mr. Sisti?
Why was she required to?
Required to comment at all.
If she doesn't want to do her job, she doesn't have to do her job. I'm just saying that we're asking you to order.
Question, doesn't it?
Well, I have to say, if we're going to get into a web and a cycle, a tornado of politics, I
think we're in it.
Right. But we have to break the chain of politics. And the only way I can do that, and the only way Pam Smart can do that, is to come before a panel that isn't burdened with politics, that isn't chained down to what Councilor Stevens is talking about.
Well, why wasn't it adequate that you submitted hundreds of pages of documents, the state submitted hundreds of pages of documents, assuming those were read? If they were read, why doesn't that satisfy due process?
One, I don't assume it. Two, it was brushed aside so quickly. In fact, I say 2 minutes and 34 seconds. If you look at that transcript, that hearing was over with in 44 seconds.
What were you asking for, then? The right to subpoena them to find out how much deliberation took place?
No, I'm asking this court, I'm asking the only place I can go, the only place Pam can go, to say, just do your job.
And what does that mean? What are we going to say?
A meaningful, minimal due process hearing that we even get at the Department of Motor Vehicles.
So are you asking for the right to appear before the Executive Council and Governor and to make your argument before them? Or are you asking us to tell the Governor and Council, do it again because you didn't do it the right time the first time?
Both. I think what I'm asking is that there's no evidence on the record, their own record, that indicates they did the job. None. One. And two, when you do it the next time, will you do it so that there's some transparency so that we don't have to have a question from you, Justice Donovan?
And if they do that, can you come back to us and ask us to overturn their decision?
You know, if they truly exercise discretion, and words have meanings, and discretion means that they're circumspect, that they exercise good judgment in the context of what they're supposed to decide, if they hit all of those, then I would be foreclosed. But there's no evidence that they hit all of those.
But they need not write a fulsome opinion. You're asking for a hearing.
I am.
You're asking for assurances that the materials were reviewed, but there's no requirement that I'm aware of that they articulate the reasons for their decision. That they have to have an exchange.
I believe that they are governed by, of course, the Constitution and the statutes, and under RSA 4, sections 21 through 28, they have certain affirmative duties to their constituents. Such as to actually look at and advise the governor, not just to summarily dismiss petitions that come before them. I mean, what's going on here is that, Councilor Stevens says, my constituents would be offended, basically, if I let Pam Smart go. Well, Pam Smart would have been one of her constituents. She has a lot of constituents. Her constituents should have the right to know that they're taking their job seriously and that it's just not being brushed aside. And the record that we have is just devoid of any attention that they took to decide this thing with the facts and their duty as a background. It's not there.
You agree you have no evidence that they didn't spend hours poring over those materials?
I have no evidence they even looked at those materials. I have nothing. There's not one peel off that onion that indicates they took a serious look at this. And in fact, even the standard that Councilor Stevens states on the record is not the standard under State v. Farrell.
I don't understand how you can say it's not transparent. There was a public hearing. The governor was there. The executive counselors were there. They took up the the petition and they ruled on it.
I don't know what
How much more transparent could it be if they're politically operating in bad faith or whatever? Isn't the remedy in the ballot box?
No. The remedy for Pam Smart's not the ballot box. The remedy for Pam Smart is in a properly operating executive council that is following what their duty is.
You're saying they're not doing their job, but isn't that ultimately the decision of the voters? And
No.
here, you can't point to anything to say this is what they were supposed to do, this is what they were supposed to do, and they didn't do it.
Well, I think I can, actually, because I have referred to the statutes, and I'm looking at a transcript. That's a transcript. That's not transparency. It's almost a joke. If I sent this to you for your review so that you could come to a reasoned decision on a prior hearing, you wouldn't be able to do it. You'd say, I remand. We need more facts. We need to flesh this out. We don't need...
But that's if we're being asked to review the substance of the decision, and that's not what this is about. This is about process.
Right, but
or a claim that this was not adequate process.
But the substance of the process isn't supported by the transcript either, is what I'm saying. I'm not asking, and of course I'm not asking, for you folks to give me a decision on the merits. That would be foolish. That's not what you're here to do. The guarantee that I'm asking for is a guarantee that the executive council do their job. Not that you do your job. I hope I never have to come back here with regard to this case. I hope we can get our remedy under Part 1, Article 14 in front of the proper body, and that's the governor and council.
Is there any limitation to the number of commutation petitions you can file?
There isn't, but if you look at this, she's already foreclosed. When Councilor Stevens says, I'm absolutely convinced there's no evidence or argument that rises to the level of granting commutation requests for Pam Smart. And I just want to quote Attorney General Srelson, who said, Gregg Smart's loss of life and the impact on his family and friends far outweigh whatever adversity the petitioner has faced in prison. We must never forget Gregg. He would have been my constituent. He also stated, a commutation of Pamela Smart's sentence demeans the value of Gregg Smart's life and diminishes the suffering of the entire Smart family. That's not the test.
That's this council and this governor. There will be another council and another governor at some point in time.
So how do we instruct them to do their job? They get to do Councilor Stevens, or do they get to get some guidance finally that when a petition comes to you, especially when it's a life without parole petition, you must take it seriously. You must let the public know that you actually considered it so that justices at the Supreme Court don't have to guess whether you reviewed 1 page or 1,000 pages of the petition.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Your red light is on. You have reserved 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Ms. Lombardi.
Good morning. May it please the court, I'm Laura Lombardi representing the state. This court lacks jurisdiction to review the actions of governor and council in this case.
How can you say that? I mean, we're here talking about the actions. You're saying we don't have jurisdiction for you to stand here and argue?
Exactly.
Would you like to leave?
No, since you have accepted the case and I am here, but I am surprised that we are here and that the court accepted this case because it is clear that there is no jurisdiction here. The state.
But haven't we said in a number of cases that there are still constitutional bounds to the prerogatives of the other branches? And for example, if the Executive Council had said, well, on a racial basis, we're not going to take this up, there would be a constitutional argument that would be properly before us. Isn't that right?
That is correct, if there were a constitutional argument. Here we do not have a constitutional argument. The argument raised here has to do with the procedure that governor and council must follow when considering a clemency application.
Isn't due process a constitutional argument?
Due process is, but there is no due process here. There is no due process right to any particular process with regards to a clemency application. In Connecticut Board of Pardons versus Dumbschat, the United States Supreme Court held that when a state constitution imposes no limits on the procedure to be followed by a governor in issuing clemency, or what evidence to be considered, or what criteria to apply, then an inmate has no protectable liberty interest in an application.
What's the date of that decision, out of curiosity?
It dates back to 1981.
That was then, and this is now.
That holding has not been changed since that time. The Woodard case raises the question whether there could possibly be a due process interest in a death row inmate, but that case is limited. It's a splinter decision, and it's also limited to the capital case. So in terms of someone who is in...
So life without parole is not an analog to a capital case?
No,
as counsel indicated?
No, it is not. And the argument about the petitioner's sentence being a sentence of extermination does not follow. That is relying on Part 1, Article 18 of the state constitution. And that article is relating to the legislature's power. It does not relate to the governor's clemency power. It relates to the legislature's power in fixing punishment for crimes. And it places limits on the legislature and how they establish penalties for a crime. It is not related at all to the governor's clemency powers.
So Mr. Sisti asks in his pleadings that we order the Executive Council to perform in good faith. Do you deny that they should perform their duties in good faith?
No, they should, and they did apply their duties in good faith. But this court lacks jurisdiction to order governor and council to act in good faith. This court's jurisdiction relates to constitutional issues. So, example, Part 2, Article 15.
But let's go back to that. Jurisdiction, as you know better than anyone, is the power to say, the power to decide, as opposed to a justiciability issue, which is, I think, the real nub here. And who gets to decide what is justiciable and what isn't? And the answer to that is the courts. So it's not, to me, a jurisdictional issue at all.
Non-justiciability in political questions does relate back to jurisdiction, but you are correct that this court determines whether an issue is justiciable. And here, to do that, you would look at Part 2, Article 52, the clemency power, and that directly places the power in the hands of the governor. For instance, so there are two limits in that article to the power. So one would be that the governor cannot pardon someone who's been impeached by the legislature. So if the governor were to attempt to pardon someone who's been impeached by the legislature, there would be a jurisdiction here in the court to challenge that decision, because the argument in that case would be that the governor has exceeded his constitutional authority under Part 2, Article 52. Here, there's no argument that the governor has exceeded his constitutional authority. The argument is an argument that governor and council acted in bad faith. But it is the exercise of discretion. This court recently, just last summer in the Richards case, found that where the legislature, where the Constitution did not require the legislature to hold a hearing on a particular issue, that a claim that the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate abused their discretion in deciding not to hold a hearing was non-justiciable. And this
in your view, if a governor and council pardon somebody over the state's objection, you don't have a remedy. You can't come here and complain about it.
That is correct. And I think it's important to point out that this is not about justice, this is about mercy. So the petitioner received all the justice to which she was entitled through the criminal proceedings and any collateral proceedings through the judicial branch that she could have brought, and she has done that.
Your opponent has conceded all of that. What's the point?
The point is, he uses the phrase due process over and over. There is no due process at issue in this case. Pamela Smart has no protectable constitutional interest in receiving commutation of her sentence. This is a matter of mercy and grace held by the executive branch.
So could the governor and the executive council just refuse to even discuss or take up a petition for clemency?
The governor could choose not to put it on the agenda, correct. His power is with the advice of counsel. So if the governor were to review all the materials and determine that he would never grant a pardon or commutation in the case, he could choose not to put it on counsel's agenda.
So it never even, in your view, it never even had to be presented to the counselors?
Correct. And here it was presented to the counselors. It was placed on the agenda. And I'd like to point out, there's all this discussion about, well, only less than 3 minutes was given to the petitioner's issue. Well, if you look at the minutes from the council meeting, the second to the last page of the third appendix filed by the petitioner, the item immediately before the petitioners was a petition by another inmate, Teresa Marie Pepin, for a pardon, seeking a pardon hearing from her charge of attempted murder. The council spent less than 1 minute on hers. There was absolutely...
What do you mean, comparative injustice is all right? I don't understand that.
No, it's showing that there was no abuse of discretion. There was no unusual treatment of the petitioner in this case. There was 127, I believe, items on the agenda. They received, as was pointed out earlier, the council members received significant volumes of information to review prior to the meeting. The governor put it on the agenda, and they voted the same way that they did for the individual who's on the agenda
well, certainly
directly
if there's
before.
a constitutional right at issue, it shouldn't matter whether there's one issue on the agenda or 127 or 200, right?
If there was a constitutional issue at stake, and there was not. Again, this does not have to do with justice, this has to do with mercy. And the mercy that's held by the governor is strictly held by the judicial branch. It's essentially, the clemency power is essentially a check on both the legislative and the judicial branches of government. The legislature, under Article 5, has the power to define crimes and to fix the degree of punishment. The judiciary then has the power to adjudicate individual cases and to sentence individual defendants. The clemency power provides a check on these two branches of government by granting the governor the discretion to extend mercy and grace where appropriate.
That's a check after the fact. I don't really see it as a check. It's an ameliorative mechanism by which a result that's deemed to be by someone with authority to be unjust can be rectified.
Correct. And doing that after the fact, after the judicial process has been completed, to then allow judicial review of the governor's exercise of that power would be inconsistent with our system of checks and balances. In this case, the governor did place the matter on the agenda. The council considered it. They voted to deny a hearing. They followed the same process that they typically would process. And the very argument that there was some abuse of discretion is not subject to judicial review under this court's case law relating to political questions.
Ms. Lombardi, if this matter was put on the agenda but no materials were circulated, that would be fine from your perspective? Constitutionally fine?
If the applicant did not file any material supporting the request.
No, the materials were filed, but they weren't given to the counselors.
Right. If that were the case, wouldn't there be a real issue, a due process issue?
I don't believe so. Again, I don't think due process would ever come into play. The only way due process would come into play is if, so some states have state constitutions that authorize the legislature to issue laws relating to the procedures that the governor and council might use. So if our constitution either allowed the legislature to do so, or if the constitution specifically provided a process, then there could possibly be a due process.
What is Ms. Smart's remedy? Assuming she didn't get a fair shake here, what's her remedy?
There is no remedy because, again, she doesn't have a right. She doesn't have a legal right to a hearing.
Well, she can file another commutation petition, can't she?
She can.
She can go to the legislature and ask the legislature to reconsider whether parole should be granted to people who've been sentenced to life.
There could be avenues through the political branches. And again, there was discussion about whether governor and council have to answer to their constituents, and they do. And it is through the political process that they would answer to their constituents, not through a judicial review of their actions. The United States Supreme Court in Cavazos v. Smith pointed out, with relating to clemency, that it is not for the judicial branch to determine the standards for the discretion. If the clemency power is exercised too generously or too stingy a way, that calls for political correctiveness, not judicial intervention.
If it were wholly arbitrary and based upon a prohibitive reason, such as racial bias,
that could potentially be justiciable. If there was, again, a constitutional claim, there is no requirement for governor and council to create rules or policies regarding the process. If the governor were to create rules or policies, that they would not be reviewable by the court. If the governor would, for instance,
within
create
the confines of the Constitution, which does set forth a basic process in Part 2, Article 52, correct? There must be notice to State's Council. Prosecuting officer may be required to furnish a statement. So there is a basic outline of a process.
That is, you're citing to statutes, so those are requirements that the legislature has created, and they do not put any requirements on the governor or council. They put requirements on people who are applying. So that is permissible. It would not be permissible for the legislature to enact a law that would restrict the governor or direct the governor how to exercise his right. In similar fashion, this court, it would be a violation of separation of powers for this court to create standards of review. So for instance, the Farrow case that the petitioner relies on, you have to read that language in the context of the constitutional limitations on the on the judicial branch set forth in the Constitution. So this court could not, the language that the petitioner relies on does not create a standard for determining whether someone could be subject to clemency. So again, the petitioner here does not have any legal right to any further process, and this court lacks the authority to either review the council's decision to deny her a hearing or to order the governor to provide any further process. So if there are no further questions, I would ask that you dismiss the petition for lack of jurisdiction.
Thank you, Ms. Labarde. Mr. Sisti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of quick responses, and I'll sign off. But the Pepin case that preceded Smart's petition, Pepin's out. Pepin had other relief. Pepin had a determinate sentence. Pepin had parole. Pepin had 650-120. Pepin had avenues other than the governor and council. So let's not even mix that up. And with regard to discretion, there was none exercised here. And there's no evidence of it. What's really going on here is that the state is advocating a long, painful extermination of a New Hampshire citizen when our own Constitution says you can't do it. And then they're saying, not only can we authorize that, but you have no place to go for relief. Now, isn't that an interesting thing to announce to the state of New Hampshire, to the folks here, that you have no relief, you can go nowhere, you're condemned. Enter here, ye have no hope. A life without parole sentence should, with that sentence, hitch on to something, and it should be hope. Because if you don't give hope to people inside, you're going to see that it will be problematic. Hope drives people. And what I think I'm really asking this body to do, really asking you to do, is to announce to the governor and council that they should, in the spirit of Part 1, Article 18, take care of the citizens of this state. Give them hope. Even those that committed the worst crimes in the world should have hope. Not 44 seconds of taking a vote and denying it. and not the hatred that one counselor can give to an individual that's incarcerated. And as we sit here today, other people have had hope. I can name 4 of them, all co-defendants in this case, that were released in 2005 and 2018, and I assure you, they're watching this proceeding now in the comfort of their own home. So there is hope and there's success, and I'm asking that you give Pam Smart that little inkling, that little crack in the door where she can have hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sisti. Case submitted.
Submitted.
Court will take a brief recess.
I thought we'd see them come back, but they dismissed her appeal. I think, as we all know, ending her legal effort to force a commutation hearing for her life without parole. So in this one, she was just trying to get a reduction. She, as Mr. Sisti was saying there, just give her hope. Everybody deserves hope, right? So even the worst of the worst of the worst, as he said. So, but the Supreme Court of New Hampshire said nope. Nope to hope. I do love these appeal processes, though, these hearings where the judges just jump right in and say, just jump right in. All right. All right, now this is from, when is this from? Okay, this was 2 weeks ago. Hold on a sec. All right, I'm not going to, well, I guess I will play that. Hold on a sec. I have a news clip and then I have, all right, we'll play this news clip and then we'll play her latest hearing, which was the 20th. So this is from the 17th. This is a, I guess let me put myself over here. This is a little news clip on her new appeal.
Pamela Smart has been behind bars since she was found guilty of being an accomplice to the murder of her then-husband, Gregg Smart, in 1990. Now, she's once again trying to overturn her conviction. She has a virtual hearing scheduled for Monday.
Pam Smart at that time was probably the most hated woman in America.
Eleanor Pam has known Smart for decades. She's served as a spokesperson for the Smart family, but also considers Pam a friend. She hopes the judge hears Smart out on Monday and grants her an official hearing in New Hampshire.
Well, I hope they find in her favor and that they allow the case to go forward and she has a full hearing for a change. She's never had a full hearing in any venue that's connected with New Hampshire. She's tried for a hearing within a hearing, and they don't give her the time of day.
Smart and her team are appealing. They're claiming jury bias, arguing that the transcripts provided to jurors while audio tapes were being played out in court led them to a conclusion.
Does her kernel of an argument have enough that they want to hear more? They want to hear more evidence.
Daniel Pye is a law professor at the University of New Hampshire. He says Smart's case doesn't have much merit, and swaying the court will be a long shot. However, he says the legitimacy of those transcripts could be argued in court.
The accuracy of the transcript is the same question as whether or not the transcript could have influenced the jurors.
Pamela Smart is expected to appear virtually in court on Monday at 9 a.m. In Derry, I'm Jackson Stover, WMUR News 9.
All right, so some interesting arguments there. Did the transcript bias the jury? You know, who knows? This is, okay, so now we'll finally get to, thank you guys for spending your day with us. And now we're going to get to the final act of this play. And let's hope this audio is okay. This is a Zoom. We have a couple videos from this day. This one actually has her on screen. That's why I wanted to show this one.
If the parties could please identify themselves for purposes of the record, starting with the plaintiff.
Morning, I'm Matt Burnell, CPRN HLT. We are Smart from the co-counsel.
Good morning, Judge Attorney Joseph Prito, PRIETO.
Represent Ms. Smart as well.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maya Amson, intern for Attorney Guido.
Very good. Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. John Brennan for the respondents. The table here are Anthony Galberry, the Solicitor General of Hampshire, member of the Solicitor General. Very good. Good morning to all of you. And I understand the petitioner is on WebEx. Is that correct?
I have her muted, Your Honor, but I did confirm before you took the bench that she could hear. Would you like her unmuted during the hearing?
No, that's fine, but to the extent that she should ever need to correspond, we can accommodate that. So this is a motion to dismiss this morning. We also have a jurisdictional argument from the petitioner. To proceed, we're going to start with the jurisdictional argument, and then we'll proceed with the state's motion to dismiss. We have 2 hours this morning. So I know that we have lengthy pleadings here, so let's be as expeditious as we can in addressing the number of issues that we have. Please note that I have reviewed all the pleadings and spent considerable time doing so. So I'll hear from the petitioner now on jurisdiction.
Thank you, Your Honor. And out of what you just mentioned, advance anything further than what has been submitted in our filings. So I would submit jurisdictional matter on brief.
Okay, any follow-up from the state? Jurisdiction is submitted on the briefs as submitted. The court will take that matter under advisement. Now I'll hear from the state on the motion to dismiss. Morning, Your Honor.
But the court has any questions to write off. I'll just start with the context.
All right, I have a better audio. It's a different. It's not the Zoom link. I'm going to go with this instead because I want to be able to hear this. But I took a screenshot of Pamela so that we can see her.
TV 14.
I think this is a. All right, this has better audio.
The parties could please identify themselves for purposes of the record.
Randall. We have Ms. Smart. I'm joined by co-counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Attorney Joseph Prito, PRIETO. I represent Ms. Smart as well.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maya Amson, intern for Attorney Guido.
Very good. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Drennan for the respondents, and at the table here are Anthony Galberry, the Solicitor General of New Hampshire, and Robert Aldridge, member of the Solicitor General's Office.
Very good. Good morning to all of you. And I understand the petitioner is on WebEx. Is that correct?
I have her muted, Your Honor, but I did confirm before you took the bench that she could hear. Would you like her unmuted during the hearing?
No, that's fine, but to the extent that she should ever need to correspond, we can accommodate that. So this is a motion to dismiss this morning. We also have a jurisdictional argument from the petitioner. To proceed, we're going to start with the jurisdictional argument, and then we'll proceed with the state's motion to dismiss. We have 2 hours this morning, so I know that we have lengthy pleadings here, so let's be as expeditious as we can in addressing the number of issues that we have. Please note that I have reviewed all the pleadings and spent considerable time doing so. So I'll hear from the petitioner now on jurisdiction.
Thank you, Your Honor. In honor of what you just mentioned, we would not advance anything further than what has been submitted in our filings, so I would submit jurisdictional matter on brief.
Okay. Any follow-up from the state? Okay. Jurisdiction is submitted on the briefs as submitted. The court will take that matter under advisement. Now I'll hear from the state on the motion to dismiss.
Good morning, Your Honor. Unless the court has any questions to write off, I'll just start with the context of this case and this particular hearing. The petitioner was convicted by a jury of her peers in 1991, following which she sought 3 motions for collateral review in the Superior Court, motions for new trial, following which she took a direct appeal to the New Hampshire Supreme Court, which was denied in 1993, After that, she pursued relief from the U.S. Supreme Court, which denied review again in 1993. Following that, she pursued a state habeas corpus petition. That I believe was denied in 1997, and she then again appealed that to the New Hampshire Supreme Court, which also denied it again. She then sought a federal writ of habeas corpus, first in the Southern District of New York. It was subsequently transferred to the District of New Hampshire. That was denied in, I believe, 2002.
Was there a transfer order associated with that decision?
I believe there is, and you can find the transfer ruling in Lexis. I can get you the case if you'd like in the case site. But we can try to dig up the transfer order if you'd like. Okay. So this case has been, quite well reviewed. It's had a long history of attacks on the 1991 guilty verdict. And the attack today seems to center around I'd say the centerpiece of the petition is a study. Now, we don't have the study. The petitioner has not supplied us with the fact, has not supplied the court with that study. So all we have are the allegations about the study. The study says, or the petitioner represents the study is forthcoming. In other words, it will be published. We don't know where, we don't know when, we don't know if it's in the school newspaper or respected scientific journal. We just know what the petitioner alleges about that. Apparently, as a basis for the study or a model or having some relationship to the study, the petitioner has submitted a published study, a Lang study, which was, I believe, published in, first presented in 2010 and then published in 2011. The study, as alleged by the petitioner, has nothing to do, as far as we can tell, with how jurors would interact or understand what we call noisy audio tape. Noisy is a bit of a misnomer. It just means a little difficult to understand. In a deliberative setting, so it does not in any way go to what the jury would have been presented with when it was reviewing the transcripts of the noisy audio recordings, nor does it have anything to do with the ability of a human being just to do bias correction. The allegation is that bias would have set in through reading the transcripts, listening to the recordings. Petitioner does not tell us in what way this affects the verdict, how it was problematic. The closest she seems to come is clip 9. In her study, there were apparently 11 clips. In a Lang study, there were 17. Clip 9, which she discusses on page 94 of the petition, appears to go to an issue about a witness. It's called JR. You'll see this on page 93. JR is the young man who stayed in the car while his friends went in to murder petitioner's husband. And the jury finds this, what was said about that, important. When you look at clip 9, however, nothing that the juror found important about that tape, about what was said, is reflected in clip 9. So in clip 9, what is said to be influenceable by bias is why JR would, as Ms. Smart put it, roll, in other words, confess. In the transcript it says she'll turn on them and be the first to roll. In the alternative transcript that was given in the study, apparently, it says he'll panic and be the first to roll. The juror, however, doesn't say anything about that. The jury is concerned with the fact that she knows that JR will be the first to roll. So the closest they seem to come is clip 9, and clip 9 manifestly has nothing to do with the issue that the juror is considering. So we're wondering how this is even relevant to these proceedings. When you look at the study itself, too, or at least how it's described, we can't look at the study, but you'll see that it's there's very little alleged about it. It's essentially very conclusory. For instance, we don't know how the 11 clips were selected. That's in contrast to the Lang study, which has a detailed description about how those clips were selected. We don't know how the subjects of the study were instructed prior to listening to these various clips and reading different versions of the transcript. That is in sharp contrast to what happened at the trial, where the jurors were very carefully instructed and reminded, and then reminded during the final jury instructions that the transcripts were not evidence. They were an interpretation of evidence, and the evidence was what they heard. And if you read the Lang study, it turns out to be incredibly important how they were instructed. In the Lang study, there were two groups of test subjects. One group was instructed and given a source of these clips, the 17 clips. One group was told this was from a job interview. Another group was told this was from a suspect's interrogation. The job interview group, there was no misinterpretation, zero. It's only with the other group that there was any effect that was statistically relevant. But in other words, how the jury, or how the test subjects were instructed, what they were told about what they were listening to, and how to listen to it, presumably was dispositively important in that Lang study. And the clips were important too. In footnote 1, Lang of his study, footnote 1 says, well, it may have been that the selection of the clips influenced this, result, that, none of the office interview, group that was instructed in a way to give them the source that it was an office interview. None of those clips seem to have what we selected for in the clips. They had selected for clips involving phonetically very similar words and then substituted them in the alternate transcript with something else. So the example they use is a clip that says, I was scared when I saw what it had done to him. It had, it's the contraction of it had. That sounds something like, I was scared when I saw what I'd done to him. So they substituted I had, or the contraction for I had, with it had. Now, Lang speculates that, that would have mattered for people who were considering this as a suspect interview. It would not have mattered to people who were thinking of this as simply a job interview. Now, whether that explanation holds up or not, it's a little puzzling to me how the office interview people would have not heard anything inaccurate one way or the other. But what it does show is the selection of the clips was overwhelmingly important. The instructions that they were given prior to being tested were also very important. We know nothing about them. So again, what we have is a set of conclusions based on no factual basis. I mean, we also have this, what the prejudice is here slips around a bit. The petitioner vacillates quite a bit. At page 104 of her petition, she says, let me see if I can find it. The jury was subjected to the curse of knowledge and was therefore unable to discern anything from what the transcripts told them they would hear. Now, to the extent that that's the claim, the study does not show that. It does not even come close to showing anything like that. But again, even if the study did show that cognitive bias was somehow set in, it seems to contradict common sense. If I, on my cell phone, my mobile phone, get a text saying, I missed a voicemail, and here's what the voicemail said. I'll read that little transcript, and normally I'm pretty confident that it's right, but it's happened often enough that I think and this has happened to most people, that we tend to listen to the voice mail to check. Now, maybe cognitive bias has set in, but it doesn't mean that I can't, when listening, say, hey, I'm not sure that that's right. And so, like most people, I bump up the volume and listen carefully. So it's presumably true, based on what our learned colleagues, the other people, are alleging, that bias is set in. The question, though, is in the context that the jurors were presented with, and in the context of jury deliberation, does that make any difference? It doesn't make a difference to me with my cell phone, my mobile phone. But for some reason, they seem to be claiming that it does make a difference. The study has nothing to do with that. It just doesn't go there. There are other parts that are puzzling. I mean, consider the volume thing I just said, bump up the volume. In the Lang study, the subjects were not able to do that. It's unclear whether in the study that petitioner alleges they were able to do that, or what type of control they might have had over the tapes and the setting in which they were listened to. Could they be repeated? We know that the jury had quite a bit of control over the listening to the tapes. For instance, during the trial, the jurors said to the court, could you increase the volume so we can hear it better? And that was done, of course. And during deliberation, the jurors would have been able to, presumably, been able to increase or decrease the volume, repeatedly listen to it, and so forth. And in addition to common sense, I mean, it appears that petitioner's own filing would support the idea that the jurors were skeptical of and attuned to the problems with the, or the possible problem with these transcripts. For instance, at page 93, this is part of these long quotes that petitioner uses that come from, I believe, the transcript of the juror, the hearing that was held post-trial about a possible juror misconduct. And the juror right at the top here of this very large block quote says, of the transcript, I don't know how reliable that is, really. So she's questioning that. And then about another, or what appears to be another tape and presumably another transcript, on page 96, the juror says, this is about why didn't Bill tell you anything? She's unsure about this. She thinks it's important, but the juror says, I'm going to have to go back over the tapes again. So it's clear that the jurors are attuned to the issues here with respect, or at least this juror is, or was, attuned to the issues with the transcripts perhaps not being accurate and needing to be reviewed, the tapes needing to be reviewed. This situation appears to be very much like me with my mobile phone and getting that voicemail. I know to review it. I know to be skeptical. And even if you give them that that what they allege provides a basis for believing that there was cognitive bias, it does not in any way go to the issue, which is, was there actual prejudice? It doesn't say this. It says maybe. Maybe they misheard something. Maybe they didn't correct. Maybe they didn't scrutinize. But that's not enough for actual prejudice, which is what they are alleging. Now, well, if Your Honor has questions, I will say the remainder of the errors raised by petitioner tend to fall into two groups. There's ineffective assistance of counsel claims. There are trial error claims. We think both sets are procedurally defaulted. One that might be a little different, at least as framed in the objection to our motion, framed a little differently in the petition, but in the objection to our motion, the issue of pretrial publicity affecting the outcome of the trial which was litigated fully before the New Hampshire Supreme Court, takes a bit of a spin in that in the response, and is argued as an actual prejudice rather than an inherent prejudice claim. That is tied to the interview with the former juror, Ms. Jeff, apparently a journalist, 11 or 12 years following the verdict, interviewed Ms. Jeff. Ms. Jeffs accommodated her and spoke to her on the phone. In the transcript, you'll see that Ms. Jeffs at the time was 89 years old and acknowledged that she was having trouble with her memory. This is, well, they didn't number the pages, but it's very close to the end of the I guess it's partial transcript they gave us, where this Jeff says, "Oh, I know what it was. It was robbery," and then it says, "Many pauses noted, getting kind of old, and sometimes," and then there's ellipses. Apparently it trailed off. So Ms. Jeffs was explaining why she got on the jury in the first place, and she said, "I think it's because I had prior juror experience. I was on a negligent homicide case, and I was on," and then she simply couldn't remember what she had been on, but came up with it later. When we get to what's important about this interview, it turns out to be a single sentence where apparently in the same breath, or in the same sentence at any rate, Ms. Jeff said something that was a bit of information that was contained in what was entitled Anatomy of a Murder, WMUR broadcast apparently, and it was about the petitioner attempting to have a witness murdered. Now, she says that, and she also says that she believed that the petitioner was guilty. She doesn't say one influenced the other. She simply says this in the same sentence. This, we think, is far too slim a basis for reviewing this case 35 years after the jury verdict. As far as we can see, just on its plain terms, given the transcript we've been given, it does not establish any sort of prejudice. So that's a little different in that there the state is, or the respondents are focusing on the actual, what is said in the transcript. We believe that the rest, both her ineffective assistance claims and her trial error claims, are procedurally defaulted and meritless in any event. And if Your Honor has any questions about those, I'd be happy to answer.
No, I have no questions. No, I've been through the pleadings, and this is your opportunity to present any additional or emphasize any arguments you may have today. But as I said, I've been scrupulously through these pleadings. But thank you for your presentation. Anything further from the state?
Anything further? No.
No. Okay. I'll hear from the petitioner.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to recenter the discussion, and I ask if there's any questions. I would like to spend my time where it could be used to answer any questions of the court. So please stop me as I go. But off the top, what was stepped over by the state is that this is a motion to dismiss hearing, and the standard of review for a motion to dismiss, as the court is well aware, is whether we've sufficiently pled facts that could sustain relief. This is a legal question. The facts that we put forward are assumed as true, and under such assumption, we're not asking should we or will we win the matter, but could we? So do we sufficiently establish grounds? The state's demand that we include all evidence is not the state standard. We simply have to provide proper allegations and properly supported allegations that will then lead us to a factual hearing, an evidentiary review. So the state spends a lot of time contesting whether the facts that we have alleged, properly alleged, are true or support a matter, and that's not the question here. The motion to dismiss bar is far lower. It's simply a notice standard, and I believe the state has been sufficiently informed of how we intend to make our case, as they've provided sufficient, extensive replies. So I would like to run through whether we've done what's required of us to just move forward to the evidentiary hearing, which we would like to use to present the evidence that we bring here. Starting with the context, our view is slightly different. I've spent a lot of time with the transcripts, with the review, with the prior proceedings in this case. I think what's important in our North Star really is the bathtub tapes. The juror that went home every night of trial didn't want to talk to anybody else because it would violate her oath, but she had to get it out, and she did a live recording into a tape recorder about how she was processing and receiving the testimony and evidence from that day in court. I have never seen such genuine evidence representation on how different parts of a trial were received and affected the outcome. The juror tells us exactly what affected the outcome, and I would pick other citations from the tapes that were played onto the record and are an official record of this court. As cited to, most important to us, also on the top of page 93 is, but if you didn't have the transcripts that somebody interpreted the tape and made a transcript of, you wouldn't have known half of what was said. And then the juror says several times over that there's no way, she says, not in this world could she have been convicted if it wasn't for the tapes. And again, as I just cited, she says you wouldn't understand the tapes if it wasn't for the transcripts. And to any effect that the transcripts should have and could have been overridden by a jury instruction, we move into the importance of our study, the Davidson study. And I would like to clarify at the outset, this is not a study that...
Can I just ask you, what was it in the transcript specifically that created a problem?
Could you explain a little bit further?
So you said that this juror who made these tapes would not understand the transcripts, or the tapes without the transcripts. So what was it specifically in those transcripts that provided the information that this juror needed to understand?
I believe the study takes the lead from there, because while she doesn't spend a lot of time saying exactly what statements on the tapes led her to convict, we do know it's the tapes that led her to convict. And what the study does is pulls, and this is an evidentiary question, and whether the study can establish, not actual prejudice, which is not the standard, but a substantial likelihood of prejudice, is an evidentiary question. And the authenticity, the legitimacy of the transcripts as well are a factual question. The study, as I understand it, because I want to be clear, we had no hand in the instituting or running of the transcript, but the forensic scientists reviewed the transcripts from Ms. Smart's trial and pulled what they found to be the most incriminating statements. So they pulled 11 statements that I believe are subjectively incriminating. They assign Ms. Smart with statements where she's insinuating herself in something improper. So they felt those were the most apt to be tested. Beyond that understanding of mine, it does remain a factual question, and I anticipate and look forward to putting the researchers on the stand to understand why they chose these. I think I also want to establish that the state has taken advantage of this being a civil proceeding. Therefore, there are discovery mechanisms before an evidentiary hearing. We will absolutely, and we have made the researchers available to the state. They can answer any questions that were not so descriptively included in the study. I think we met our burden in what was required of establishing the facts from the study, that we take 11 of these more incriminating clips. We control all other variables. And I think the contest here is a little skewed in how the Lang study is being applied and where conditions here are important or not important or how they're important. First, the study created a single variable control where the researchers were able to look and see how just changing one thing would impact the outcome. And what they found was this simple adding a transcript or language to the jurors changed their interpretation, what they believed they were hearing, how confident they were in what they believed they were hearing, how clear it was to them. And across the board, we found no matter what words you put in front of them, and we did include in our petition the difference between the original transcript and the new altered transcript. These are not even necessarily words that rhyme. These are a significant step away, not a syllable off, but a different statement altogether. And when shown different words, they heard those different words. And they were just as confident as they were when they were shown the transcript from the trial. Most importantly, the study used a control group that got no transcript. This showed that without any words in front of them, just taking the transcript away, the words that were put in front of the jurors back in 1991 were not heard by this control group. What that tells us is there's no absolute truths about what's on the tapes. Nothing decipherable is on the tapes. But when you tell someone what they're hearing, you set this expectation-induced bias, and they will hear it. Where the study is being critiqued against the Lang study, I think is an incorrect application in that the Lang study showed that when a test is in front of criminal context, that automatically skews what the participants understand and hear. That's not beneficial to justice. That's a suggestion that you will hear something incriminating just because of the context. So it's absolutely more appropriate to remove these unsound factors and have a one variable study conducted. Again, we did not seek out having this study done. I was doing the research, working with an investigator about this concept of cognitive bias. We began talking to the lead researcher on this study about whether the facts of this case could be meaningful or have affected the jury's retention of the tapes. And they were interested in conducting a study on their own. At that point, I provided them the tapes that I received from the state, and they went with it. We had no hand in design. My understanding is they did pre-register everything to maintain authenticity and integrity in their results. But how they walked it from start to finish would be a question for them. Inasmuch, this is a very different, scientifically sound result that would overcome an anecdotal hypothetical of our cell phones. The controls there are also very different. You know, AI is advancing in lightning speed, but I'm not going to inherently trust what I know to be AI versus, as we established in our petition, the case law does back up the fact that when a state's attorney or the bench says something to the jury, they receive it with the sound backing of the government. So these are two very different analogies. It is an unbased analogy, also as one is tested with a significant sample size, a scientifically meaningful sample, 191 randomized participants that as best they could matched a sample of a jury veneer versus a hypothetical. Where we are critiqued for not applying enough facts of the study, and again, open the scientists up to be contacted, questioned. I think anything further than we did establish is rooted or primed for an evidentiary hearing where we can bring the scientists in to explain why, on qualification of expertise, they took the steps that they took and why they're meaningful and directive to the court. We also disagree with the state's application of waiver. The case law under closer examination from Grote forward, not Grote backwards, does establish limited applicability of waiver. Grote in 1989 did establish that bringing the same evidentiary challenge was improper. So where the petitioner in that case made an argument that evidence should not have been applied because they were not given that evidence through discovery, this challenge was not accepted. The court found you're not prejudiced because we already got that you have marijuana. This is just introducing a little bit more. So we're not finding error on the evidentiary ruling of admissibility of a non-disclosed discovery matter, and even if it was an issue, you weren't prejudiced by it. And if you're not passing harmless error review, you're certainly not going to pass a prejudice review or the standard under Strickland. So when that petitioner brought the exact same issue, which was his counsel did not make that exact evidentiary challenge, the court said, we're not moving forward. We're not going to take that because that is the same evidentiary, same rule, same discovery that you are challenging, and it's a waste of our time. Plus, it was not harmless error, so it can't meet the prejudice standard. But to any ambiguity that we see in Grote was quickly cleared up before Ms. Smart's trial. Court's brief indulgence. We move to Humphrey in 1990. And I think this case does bear great similarity to this issue because they both contain a piece of evidence or a tangible matter presented to the jury. And Humphrey was a photo array, and on direct appeal, challenged whether he was prejudiced or whether he was denied essentially a Brady claim because he thought he could use it as exculpatory, that it was improper photo array, but the court decided not to grant that relief because I believe he had failed to brief it. So it was raised but denied as unpreserved. He was allowed to then bring that same error issue up before the court in a habeas when brought as ineffective assistance to counsel for not filing a speedy trial claim or demand, and resultingly lost that piece of exculpatory evidence. So it's still challenging the same thing, but it wasn't a problem for the court because, one, it wasn't reviewed yet. So if it was unpreserved and dismissed by the court, then it never went before the court on review, but also was substantially different as it was brought under ineffective assistance to counsel. Similarly here, at least for the objection on authenticity, that was raised on direct appeal, but the court expressly dismissed the matter as unpreserved. A challenge to authenticity, therefore, is a one-to-one comparison that New Hampshire precedent does recognize, and undoubtedly we should be able to move forward at least on that claim amongst the bunch. But we move to Fechtal, where the challenge was about, there was motion in limine where defense was awarded an exclusionary instruction to the state to keep out any prior convictions, mentions of prior convictions, but defense counsel overstepped in his opening and disclosed a prior incident, a prior arrest, which opened the door for the state. When the petitioner raised the matter on direct appeal, which is, again, whether this evidence of prior arrest properly came in or not, an evidentiary matter, it was denied, but when brought up through ineffective assistance of counsel for not properly dismissing it or objecting to it at the time, it was allowed. So where the state is objecting to the same issue or topic or umbrella matter before the court, there, this prior arrest rings rather similar to our matter of the transcript, because we accept that on direct appeal, the evidentiary basis or objection for keeping the transcripts out was whether the doubling of voices misdirected the listener. That's what was reviewed. That's what was brought up. We now raise a number of other evidentiary rules from state, federal constitutionary principles to state rules of evidence, from due process matters against the state and the court based on where, and I recognize our argument on a conviction based on false evidence is a developing standard of law without state direction. We do believe in fundamental fairness and equity. No one should be sitting in a life without parole sentence where the conviction did result from untrue or inaccurate evidence. And again, we bring that back to the statement by the juror in their bathtub at night that these tapes are what got her convicted. She never would have been convicted if it wasn't for these tapes. But moving from there, there is a much more well-trodden ground on not admitting facts, not admitted as evidence, or moving unfounded opinion testimony. These were inappropriate actions by the state, but they also should have been objected to by trial counsel. The transcripts were also a statement directing the jury on what they would be hearing. It's an out-of-court statement, not used to by the transcriber, so it was inadmissible hearsay. It certainly was not authenticated, as we spoke on just a minute ago. They were not admitted as inaccurate. They certainly shouldn't have gone into deliberations. We do have a number of errors that were missed that should have been raised but were not. There might be question on whether these were standard professional norms that trial counsel should have relied upon or caught in 1991. And I read the state's cases here rather differently, and I think they do us a favor in establishing the norms of practice back in 1991, where we can utilize an authenticated or authoritative time machine and going back and quick run through them back to 1974 in the United States v. McMillan. Contrary to the state's characterization, the court did not analyze or determine inaccuracies because it wasn't preserved for appeal. They did recognize the issue and unequivocally stated that the transcripts should not be used unless their accuracy is stipulated to by the defense or a foundation is laid for its accuracy through testimony from the transcripts. So starting in 1974, we do have proper procedure suggested, at least in the 8th Circuit. But jumping around, we go to People v. Coca, 1978, that the person who prepared the transcript should testify regarding its accuracy. That case, quoting directly at 440 Colorado App at 443, accurate transcripts of sound recordings are admissible to assist the jury in following the recordings while they are being played. So the importance of accuracy. State v. DeBillis in 1980, the court reviewed a transcript to ensure they were accurate. Defendant didn't deny accuracy, and they had a witness that testified to the accuracy. That is what allowed the transcripts in. 174 NJ Super at 199 and 200. It is evident that the ultimate rationale for admission of the tapes was that the jury would receive accurate information. 1983, State v. Frazier. The transcript was admitted as an exhibit and properly authenticated. There was no contest about accuracy, and at 190, the court states, trial court judges should continue to be aware of the potential for overemphasizing the importance of such evidence and should prevent such exhibits from going to the jury if unduly prejudicial. We've spoken on Arnold v. Commonwealth in briefings. I'm not going to spend a ton of time there, but before the court held before a transcript can be employed, its accuracy must be stipulated to by both parties, or the trial judge must otherwise verify the accuracy prior to submitting the transcript to the jury, requiring an accurate review by the jury or receipt of evidence from the transcriber.
What is your response that the Supreme Court has addressed this transcript matter on appeal?
I'm sorry?
What is your response to the state's position that this has already been addressed by the Supreme Court?
The matter was cabined to just the double speak.
And so not the authentication, and therefore this is a separate issue and can be raised. Is that your position?
Yes. I'll say from reading case by case, but I went through all 22 cases that were cited and do not read them as the state does, and invite close review. Insertions in brackets, not reflective of the case law, particularly People v. Brown, represented as appropriateness to bring transcripts into deliberations when they expressly were not in that case. It was found to be error. The court did not approve of the manner of presentation, but they allowed it because the two defendants testified to the statements, and they did not step forward to show any inaccuracies. Next year, State v. Hogan, the state procedure was presented. Again, walking through safeguards that were not applied here, from being able to present your own jury, not letting it go into, I believe that one is not being able to go into deliberations. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 more cases I'm happy to walk through, but establish clear safeguards, not one signing off inaccurate, unchallenged. Challenged transcripts have never been allowed before a jury. The court reviews whether they were stipulated to or whether they were tested for authenticity. The cases finding no error or harmless error, or when no inaccuracies were addressed, which is not the case here. So we would heavily disagree on the law, what was standard operating procedure at the time and to date, and that wasn't followed. So factually, that allows us to step to whether what trial counsel did and responded, how they challenged what was proposed to the court, did not match contemporary standards for transcripts at the time. And importantly, this is not a case where we have to be skeptical around whether there was trial strategy, because the record also indicates that defense counsel did not want the transcripts to come in. They did object on doubling, but they just did not object on the proper ground. So no trial strategy. It's against the standards, professional norms at the time, and we present this study as establishing prejudice. Court's brief indulgence. Does the court have any other questions on the transcript matter? I'll step forward to the other issues and quickly walk through them.
No, I don't.
The state's reply viewed McCoy differently than we presented it. I would ask the court to return to Anaya, the state's opinion that is stronger, I believe, than McCoy. McCoy is simply a baseline, but in Anaya, the trial counsel did not admit guilt to the entirety of the crime or any crime charged, as the defendant was facing a first-degree murder charge, and their counsel argued to the jury that if anything, this was second degree, or the lesser included. So they did not give away the full breadth of what was required to find him guilty. That is represented in the transcript here. The state did, or I apologize, defense counsel did concede to the critical elements of this crime and said that this crime occurred. Whether counsel was allowed to do so or Ms. Smart had turned over her ability to lead such important decisions in her defense is a factual matter that we would ask be reserved for an evidentiary hearing. Ms. Jeffs, the transcript that we submitted as evidence is not our alteration. That's verbatim what was transcribed and how it was transcribed by the journalist at the time. We also have a microcassette with the review on it that we can certainly present. We anticipate presenting during an evidentiary hearing. So whether the transcript's accurate as transcribed by the reporter or not, certainly an evidentiary question. If anything else would like to glean from the intonation on the tapes, we also plan to present them. Again, under a motion to dismiss, we present an actual incident of prejudice where a juror is admitting that they returned a finding of guilt by, in effect, from the news media, which has been recognized in this case to have come out just before the matter. Do concede on the jury instructions. There may not be much factual dispute left there. We are referring to the transcript of the case, the official court record, and believe as applied to the law, three separate grounds, there is reversible error. I'd be happy to answer any questions on our particular understanding there, but I also believe that recognize it was briefed in depth. Similarly, with the final issue, whether Ms. Smart was appropriately mandated to life without parole, the reply does not accurately meet what our argument is. We're not stating that she was not convicted of accomplice to first-degree murder. She absolutely was convicted of accomplice to first-degree murder, as was made clear in the indictment at the top of the trial, jury instructions, but she received a sentence of first-degree murder. And this is a critical distinction in that we do recognize, you can see, first-degree murder does carry a mandated sentence. And a defendant that was an accomplice can be charged to the underlying offense through accomplice liability, an accomplice liability theory. So if you were an accomplice, you can be convicted of first-degree murder. That's not how the state chose to bring the case and how Ms. Smart was charged and convicted. She was convicted of another offense, a statutorily created other offense that I do believe is subject to life without parole because it can carry the penalty of the underlying offense, but it is a separate crime, and it is nowhere made mandatory. I do appreciate co-counsel's thought here that I did not catch. But even in the hypothetical with the cell phone, I hear concession that transcription is still not perfect. 35 years later, it's still making errors. I believe that does establish that we're not there yet now. We certainly weren't there 35 years ago. Beyond that, we request court grant an evidentiary hearing where we can apply the facts of the case, what was established in the bathtub tapes, to the study, why the study was directed as it was by the research team. We appreciate the court's consideration. Unless the court has any more questions, I would submit on brief.
Very good. Does the state have a follow-up?
If I may, very briefly,
I tell you what, let's just take a brief recess. Give the monitor a minute here, and I'll be back shortly.
Oh, I'll go this way. Yeah.
Just want to see her her outfit. So she's got a dress on. They gave her a dress. Interesting. Oh, judge is coming back.
Okay, here's from the state on follow-up.
So again, just briefly, thank you, Your Honor. Just to begin with, our learned brother at the other table has misstated the standard for a motion to dismiss, surviving a motion to dismiss under New Hampshire law. Under New Hampshire law, the facts supporting the claim must be credibly alleged, as well as the law, legal assumptions, legal presumptions, legal statements are not sufficient. The state's position was also incorrectly stated. Our position is there are no facts supporting the claims made by petitioner, and insofar as there are factual pleadings that are relevant here, those are simply legal conclusions parading as factual matters. Now, with regard to questions of, say, raising authentication and so forth, habeas corpus is not a substitute for appeal, at least not in New Hampshire. It appears that through a very, at least from respondent's point of view, a very difficult chain of reasoning, the petitioner believes that she may relitigate something that has been litigated before the state Supreme Court. It is unclear why that wouldn't just be another appeal. And that's not what habeas corpus is. Also, just, I might just add, more or less off the cuff, it's very difficult to see how there could be an authentication issue when the trial court, as here, reviewed all of the transcripts and all of the tapes prior to allowing them to be played or distributed, depending on whether you're talking about the tapes or the transcripts. And so there has been considerable attention paid to exactly what the authentication issue is about, or what I assume it would be about. So it's difficult to see how it would even be meritorious if it were raised. But putting that aside, if there's a trial issue to be brought up, it's got to be brought up through the through a guise of ineffective assistance of counsel. Here, there's been no allegation of deficient representation. I don't think there could be, since the study, the science here didn't exist in 1991 when the trial was going on. Our brother also misstates the prejudice prong of the ineffective assistance of counsel test. It is actual prejudice. The standard to meet the actual prejudice test is that it's got to be reasonably probable that absent the deficient representation, the outcome would have been different. We submit that neither of those tests have been met. With regard to Anaya, we are a little puzzled as to what the argument is there. Under New Hampshire law, someone convicted as an accomplice to first-degree murder has committed first-degree murder. Now, somehow the word "can" got mixed into our brother's presentation to you, but it is not a matter of how the state charges the crime. It's just a legal fact under New Hampshire law. So we are somewhat baffled by that. If Your Honor has any other questions, we'll simply stand on our briefs and cede the rest of our time to the court.
Okay, I think you've answered the questions and responded accordingly to the petitioner's presentation. Let me hear anything further from the petitioner as a follow-up from the state.
Famous last words, I'll be brief. To the extent that whether the transcripts were authenticated is now a question. It's not represented by the record in any way, but if that is a true contest, it would be a factual question that we should reserve for an evidentiary hearing.
Are you basing that off of counsel's representation here now that the court reviewed and prior to the presentation to the jury?
Yes. The record does, and I apologize, I don't have a pin site on hand, but the judge did state that it was very hard to hear and that the Judge Gray did not catch everything on first pass. That would not constitute authentication or accuracy in alignment with the string of transcript cases now before the court. We also disagree with whether no law that I have seen, and coming in as a foreigner, I certainly did my best to review what was out there in New Hampshire. I get to see a case that says ineffective assistance, or apologies, a habeas corpus can only raise ineffective assistance of counsel. The statute and laws stemming therefrom consistently say we can raise any harmful constitutional error. So this mechanism is not restricted in any way to just the Sixth Amendment or ineffective assistance of counsel thereunder, but to the extent any issue is subjected to contest that we can't raise such ineffective assistance of counsel, I do appreciate that the state does recognize the appropriateness of ineffective assistance of counsel. And I would also like to, has not been mentioned, but the most recent meaningful case on ineffective assistance of counsel in New Hampshire, of Mallard, specifically says that you do not have to raise ineffective assistance of counsel claims earlier on in the process in direct appeal. They are best set for a habeas corpus because they often require evidentiary review, review of facts outside the record. We still do maintain we've sufficiently pled the facts of the study, and what was heard by the jury when being presented the transcript in their first hearing of the audio remains a factual question. And whether the transcripts had a substantial likelihood of impacting their interpretation of what they were seeing is a factual question that we invite experts who have sufficiently analyzed the matter to come and speak on. The instruction of the court, the state does spend a lot of time reviewing whether there is a presumption or that there is a presumption of a jury following the instructions given to the, or really throughout a trial, which we do not disagree with, we don't mean to interfere with, and we don't think we in any way attack that claim. We recognize there is a presumption. But the nature of a presumption is that it's rebuttable. And that's where the factual argument comes in. We have sufficiently alleged facts that in this situation, that presumption cannot be followed. And the weight of the cognitive bias that's imposed under the conditions that were presented for the jury. And whether we have met that rebuttal also remains a fact that is better set for an evidentiary hearing. Unless the court has any further questions, we appreciate time and consideration. We submit the rest on brief.
Very good. Anything further from the state?
Your Honor, I think I must correct myself. I must have misstated. It is not the respondent's position that only ineffective assistance of counsel claims can be heard in habeas corpus under New Hampshire state law. The claim I intended to make, but apparently misspoke, was that as this case is pled, the only possible avenue for relief in habeas corpus would be through ineffective assistance of counsel, which has not been properly pled. I would, well, let me just stop here.
Okay. Anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. The court's going to take this matter under advisement. We'll issue an opinion hopefully in the next 30 to 60 days. This matter's all rise.
All right, 30 to 60 days. He's going to take it under advisement and come back with a ruling 30 to 60 days. So we'll have to, and then nothing else really happens. All right, we'll have to We'll have to do a little follow-up. We'll have to do a little follow-up post. All right. So, early prisoner release scheme. This is from The Guardian. In England and Wales was revised to exclude violent offenders, delaying the rollout to October 2026. Key updates excluding individuals convicted of assaulting children, grooming, all that stuff. Reducing the total expected releases from 6,000 to roughly 5,000 over a 10-month period. Now that's over in England and Wales. What about I know there's been talk here too. I think it was LA. I guess US doesn't really have it. So California released about 15,000 prisoners early during COVID. Let me see what, Wiley, what do you, let me see here. Early release. Prison to homelessness. Now this is 2023. Thousands of former inmates are adding to a growing homelessness crisis in LA. This is from 2023. I mean, it's a crisis no matter how you look at it. It's either a crisis in prison or a crisis on the streets. Now, here's a guy, he was convicted of stealing and stripping cars, needed a stable place to stay, but his mother kicked him out because of his meth addiction. If you don't have nowhere to go, you go back to the streets. I mean, it's just this cycle, right? And this guy's only 27. I mean, it's I don't know what the solution is, but something has to happen. It's gonna reach a breaking point, I would think, at some point. Oh, okay. Why? What do you? Let's see. What are you talking about there? All right. Repeat offender charged with hours after release. Okay. 1 day ago. Here's WCNC. David Simpson, 29, is charged July 29th. So suspect took out a man an hour after bonding out of jail. Yeah. He initially refused to leave his jail cell. Simpson is charged with attempted first-degree assault, possession of a firearm. It happened outside an apartment complex around 1:45 p.m. Oh, I'm sorry, a.m. Sorry. He had just posted bond for unrelated charges on Tuesday and was released from Mecklenburg County Jail around 12:20. So he's released at 12:20 and at 1:45. He was scheduled to make his first court appearance Friday, but refused to come out of his jail cell, delaying the hearing. I mean, does he have like any kind of mental situations? I mean, is there something? Earlier that night, occupants of... Okay, hold on. So it stemmed from an ongoing dispute over a parking space. So this all had to do with the... Oh, here, I can take off Pam now. It had to do with an issue with a parking space. Somebody loses their life because of a parking space. Earlier that night, confronted victims about parking in a spot. A woman lived in the unit, identified in the affidavit as Scott, also argued with the victims, prompting 2 911 calls. Neighbors told detectives there had been a history of conflict over the parking space. So Simpson appeared to react angrily, went inside before emerging with a weighted down black bag and running towards the victims' vehicles. 2 shots were heard around 1:40. So, court record shows Simpson posted bond Tuesday afternoon after being arrested for failing to appear in court on a separate case involving possession of a weapon by a prisoner. He was released from jail, and hours later the shooting happened. Well, defense attorney says if you look at his history, it seems like this gentleman has picked up just about every year up to this point some kind of violent crime. So you have to ask the question, why wasn't he already in jail? That's a defense attorney. So court records show he pled guilty of voluntary manslaughter in Mecklenburg in August 2015. After originally being charged with first degree in a 2013 case, he was sentenced to 73 to 100 months in prison, and he was released on parole in 2020. He also had a pending 2025 case involving charges of possession by firearm by a felon, resisting public officer, misdemeanor larceny. Oh, man. Yeah, charged was several years ago. He served time for a parking lot dispute. Yeah. All right. All right, you guys. That's gonna wrap it up. We're gonna wrap it up here. Grampy, got your girl here. Come here. Oh, you meow 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 meow. Oh, it's a good girl. Yeah. Oh, it's a good girl. Say hello to Grampy. Look over here. Yeah, it's a good girl. She's giving silent meows. Oh, it's a good girl. That's a good girl. Yeah. She's giving her silent meows. Good girl. All right. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yep, and then I get the bite. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Tomorrow we have a we're gonna cover the Ruth Miller case. So we're gonna cover Ruth Miller tomorrow. So please join us tomorrow. I think we're gonna start probably around 9 or 10 for that. I'll have to see how long that's gonna be, but that's probably gonna be a 9 or 10. Oh no, wait. No, I think that one's only like 4 or 5 hours. Anyway, I'm not quite sure when we'll start that, but join us for that tomorrow. And then Courtney Clenny is coming up on Monday, so we're going to do a look back on her Thursday and Friday as we get prepared for her sentencing. So have a great rest of your evening, and join us tomorrow for more trial coverage. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our kitties. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. Oh, and we got Paulie. Yeah. Paulie and Super Ball. Yeah, it's a good girl. All right. All right, I better take care of that before it gets out of control. All right, you guys. Thanks again for spending your day with us, and we will see you tomorrow. All right, take care.